Howdy, howdy, it's your old pal, Tiki the Hut. Thanks for joining me again on another Too Late Tonight with Tiki. And to keep up with the T alliteration, we are working on more tanks. That is right, it hasn't really been a paint chat, it has been a consecutive construction of just medium tank after medium tank after medium tank. It's been a good time. I've been enjoying it, hopefully you guys have been enjoying it. I kind of feel like a war factory from Red Alert, you know, it's like construction started, unit complete, construction started, unit complete, construction started. So up tonight, we're gonna finish off the last Chi-Ha kit that I have, the last Type 97. Then I think we're actually gonna hop over to a Type 95. We're gonna build a Hago and a Type 2 Kami. So we're actually hopefully beginning knocking out 3 tanks today. So I'm gonna go ahead and get started. And when you guys pop up in the chat, if you have any questions, definitely drop them in there. We'll have a nice chit chat going, and hopefully another great night. Hopefully a nice, relaxing, chill stream. Alright, so I'm building these tanks. Like I said, we've already knocked out a couple of them, so it's pretty standard. You want to cut out the actual wheels, then you're going to cut out the bogies, put those together, you're going to cut out the treads. Like I always stress, dry fit first before you glue. Trust me, it'll save you a lot of heartache, especially with the treads. Alright, let's get rocking and rolling. So in case no one saw, just for a reminder, I'm not a shill. I'm actually not paid. I was just watching a phenomenal video about that, about, you know, access journalism and bribery and things of that nature. Anywho, I'm not paid by anybody. But I did see that Warlord Games, I may be a little late to the party here, but I did see that Warlord Games finally has a, they're advertising their new intro box for bolt action. The box looks pretty good, so I'm not gonna lie, the cardboard cutout of the half track looks a little cheesy, but for the price, I get it. So primarily, the starter set that I'm looking at, so the Band of Brothers came with, I want to say, enough to build 2 squads of American Airborne, and then you got 1 squad of, basically like 1 unenforced, or like 1 small squad of Panzer Grenadiers, and you got a Hanamag, an actual vehicle kit. And then you got some destroyed farmhouses, and you got all your dice and all your rules. That was a great starter kit for 2nd edition, and that cost about $90, 90 USD, right? So now the new starter kit that we're looking at, looks like you get a couple more Americans, and they actually look like just regular American troops, not airborne. I have to look twice. I'm not exactly sure about that. They could be airborne. But you get some American troops. You get a lot more German troops. But you don't get the Hanamag model kit. What you do get is a little cardboard cutout. I know, it looks as bad as it sounds, but you do still get the terrain, which is nice. You do still get dice, you do still get, I don't think it's a full rule book, but you get like a small rule book to teach you how to play. And one thing I like is the bottom part of the box, you flip it upside down, it's actually a bunker, it's a piece of terrain. So, it sounds kind of like, sounds kind of wonky, but then you look at the price. It's 70 USD. So pre-orders are out there. I don't know about you guys. I try never to pre-order anything. Pre-orders are out there. I think they go on sale in November, so I think they're really aiming for like a December gift kind of thing, you know? So I'm not really clipping these on stream just because it's you know, working with a sharp object. It's a limited thing. It's kind of like a, I don't know, in order to do it fast, I could do it on camera safely. It'd just be slow. So I'm trying to go a little bit fast. You know, I've built a whole bunch of these. So I'm trying to power through this one because we do still have 2 additional tanks to build after this as well. All right, there's the first step, or first part of our tank knocked out. We have our two bottom treads. You can tell because they make a they kind of make a smiley face when you kind of lay them down. Don't lay them down like this on the camera. You can guys tell they're not the top treads, they're the bottom treads because it. Oops, sorry about that. It kind of makes a smiley face, right? Smiley face. We have our two sets of wheels. We have our two pieces of bogey that go together. Then we have our straight pieces, which are our top treads. So now I'm gonna kind of clean some of the snip parts off. But I will show you some of the other tanks that we will be building tonight. So I'm kind of excited about that. So this is one of my actually they're both my favorite tanks. So this is a Type 2 Kami. It's an amphibious tank. It's one of the only mass-produced swimming tanks in the whole war. So super cool. We'll be building one of these. That's for my Special Naval Landing Force guys. And then this is probably, hands down, probably my favorite tank of all time. It is a Type 95 Hago. I actually have a picture. I can put it up. When I took a trip to the state of Hawaii, I actually stayed on a military resort, and part of that they have a museum. It's really cool because it's a military history of all of Hawaii, not just Pearl Harbor and the war in the Pacific. I'm talking all the way back to King Kamehameha sailing around and uniting the islands by force. They actually have a Type 95 Hago, so I gotta take a picture next to that tank. And I'm a big guy, you know, I'm very big. I'm 6'1", so I absolutely dwarf that tank. It's pretty funny. All right, let me get cleaning off these treads and bogies, and we'll get these things glued together. We'll get this tank assembled nice and quick. Alright, there's the first tread nice and cleaned off. Too easy, too easy. Let's move on to the second one. So if I can do a little bit of this on camera. May not be able to do it as fast, but as long as we're safe, I think we'll be alright. So we're looking for the part, you know, it sticks out because it's the flash that connected to the sprue, but it's not part of the tread. So the way you kind of do is you just take your blade, the sharp end, you kind of just nose it in, and you kind of just put a little cut that way, kind of like you're cutting down a tree. You put a little cut in that way, you squeeze it on the other side, and you put another cut, apply a little pressure, and it pops right out. So see, here we have another one right here, right? It can be kind of hard to see. Let's see if I can turn on the camera. So look, there's our first cut, then we're gonna bring it on the other side. Boom. You hear it cut a little bit, pop, gone. So the fastest way to get these little snip marks from the sprue out of the actual tread. See, it actually comes out pretty clean. You just kind of, you come in between the tread, you cut one side, and you come in on the other side, and you cut and apply pressure, and it'll pop right out for you. Alright, now I have to make sure you clean off this top and bottom part of the tread. Bottom part's already been cleaned off, and boom, there's one tread done. Be careful not to bend it too much, because it does have to go on there in that, like, U-shaped kind of smile shape. You don't want to lose your shape. If you just sit there and keep, like, pinching it, you can mess up the actual tread. It's not a big deal. Your tank will still look fine. It's just going to make lining it up kind of a pain. Hopefully everyone's having a good weekend so far. Things are just recovering in my area. I think we're gonna actually leave the house. Maybe not tomorrow, but maybe Monday. I think Monday we might leave the house. See if any of the roads are back operational, if the bridges are up. You know, be fancy, maybe drive around town, go to a store. All right, knocking these treads out, knocking these treads out. So the other two tank kits are resins. They should go by extremely fast. Should. Keyword being should. But we shall see, my friends, we shall see. So you see I'll have that little bit right there. Just gonna apply pressure that way. It already kind of knocked it loose. I'll sink the blade in on the back side and just apply that pressure. Ooh, you can't see. Apply that pressure forward a little bit. Boom, popped right out. After building, I built 5 of these, but after building 4 of them on stream, I've gotten a little streamlined, as it were, to knocking these treads out. Alright, there are those though. Now these are a little bit more delicate, so I'll probably do these a little off camera, just so I can kind of look at the mic a little bit easier. Alright, there are road bogey's done. I'll just knock out these wheels, clean these up a little bit. I've actually swapped over to using my Citadel, I guess you call them nippers. I don't know, sounds kind of a weird term to call them. I'll just call them clippers, but apparently nippers is the appropriate term. And they are a lot better than the little off-brand stuff I was using. I think I bought a one of those real small little Warhammer 40k painting sets. You know, they came with a brush, like 2 models, some basic paint, and some nippers. I think that's where I got them from. They're not bad. Alright. Once these are done, like I said, we will dry fit. Can't stress it enough, we will dry fit and make sure everything's good to go, make sure the treads and everything fit, and then we'll go from there. So these Chihas go together very, very fast. These Type 97, for the Imperial Japanese, was considered their medium tank. These ones, the ones I'm building, are equipped with a light howitzer, a bow mini machine gun, and a rear mini machine gun in the turret. All right, so first up is we're going to attach these 2 pieces together. There's another set of them. Oh, sorry. Mic was muted. Yeah, I just put these together. I use super glue, nothing fancy. A lot of people swear by plastic glue. I like super glue because it's easy to pick up and never really run out, you know? When you have plastic glue, then you run out, you're like, oh, I gotta wait till I go back to the hobby store, and it's a whole thing. Super glue, I can just walk down to the store and pick it up. So you can see right here, these things are kind of grooves. They go together pretty easily. Alright, cool. So we have those 2 done. And you can tell right here where the groove at the front of the wheels are, and that's where this one's going to go. You can already tell where it's grooved in the back. Alright, there we go. Now I'll start lining these up. We're going to need one on the bottom. You're going to need another U-shaped one on the bottom. We'll dry fit to see, make sure they're facing the right way. I said that's the nightmare if you don't. There's the top, and then there's the top. Alright, let's start dry fitting. So dry fitting is when you just take the piece with no glue, and you kind of figure out which is the best way for these treads to go on. So you can tell this one had a little bit more of a, it has almost like more of a hook than this one does. This one's kind of more of a broader angle. This one's kind of like a very pronounced hook to it. So it generally hooks onto that pretty well, and you can see right there, you know, once you glue it down, that this is probably going to be the right side, right way it goes. So we'll leave it with the hook facing this way, since that's the way this is facing. We'll play around with this one. Yep. So that looks pretty good. Now let's swap to the other side, make sure we're not crazy. Yeah, this one fits a little bit more. Oh, I don't know, actually. Oh yeah, this way fits actually better. You can tell where the bend is with these two front wheels. It's always the better way to find out. This is kind of more gradual. It's a very sharp bend, very pronounced. All right. As you can tell, that's why I don't trust myself, and I still dry fit every single time. Every single piece I dry fit. I've made too many mistakes on too many models. I dry fit. I throw my pride out the window and dry fit. There we go. Just the top part on. Put on the bottom part, and then move on to the other one. Now you're going to try and want to get your treads meeting up as nice as possible. But, yeah, just like this. You'll probably never get it perfect, and that's okay. Because any gaps that there are, like I said, I can put a little glue on that. That's not a big deal. So like I was saying, any gaps that there are, you can always just take your mud. I like to use Sterling Battlemire or Sterling Battlefield, whatever kind of technical paint. I prefer Citadel. And whatever your kind of like mud paint is, and you kind of just put mud on your treads. You know, again, these are a jungle. This is a tropical themed army fighting in the jungle, so it kind of makes sense to tread mud on them. Pardon me. We'll dry fit this bad boy. Yep. Looks good. Put that down. Like I said, you see how this one has more of a pronounced kind of curve? That's going to kind of let you know that it's going to hit these two wheels. Or bogies or whomever. There we go. Once again, we're building a Warlord Games Imperial Japanese World War II Type 97 Chiha tank. Really good kits, in my opinion. They come from Warlord Games. They don't come, as far as I'm aware of, they don't come from any one of their other model companies. You know, sometimes you get like Airfix or some other ones. Nothing against those. I don't think I've built any, so I have no shade, no opinion. But I'm really as you can tell, there's a couple tanks parked right here. I built a couple of these kits. I'm a fan. They go together pretty easy, especially once you knock them out. There's nothing in the instructions that were super complex. I just recommend dry fitting everything before you glue it. But other than that, it's super easy. As long as you have nippers and a knife, you'll be alright. And super glue or plastic glue, whatever your hobby adhesive of choice. But that being said, I'm also, you know, a World War II, are a fan of World War II history, particularly that, studying the tactics, tools, and techniques of the Imperial Japanese. And so I recognize these tanks, so I guess it may possibly be intuitive for me to kind of look at it and be like, oh, this part goes there, because I'm familiar with the silhouette of the tank, if that makes sense. It's not a, oh, hey, cool, look at me kind of thing. It's just that I think it's easy. Maybe the kit is easy, maybe it's not. I'm just very familiar with the silhouette of these tanks. Boom. All right, we got our treads done. A lot of times, it's some of the hardest part on a tank is getting the treads lined up and getting them on there nice and neat. As you guys can tell, I'm still learning where the camera is. See, this one's kind of misaligned a little bit. That's alright, we'll slap some mud, ain't no but a thing. Alright, next we're going to pop out basically the chassis of the tank. It's going to come in about 4 pieces. You're going to have a top, a bottom, and a front and a back. So far, this is standard between, because this builds the Type 97 Chihas, but you can also build the Kaishintos. I'll point it out when we get to it. The Kaishinto has a different body. These are kind of like more narrow at the waist, kind of like a wasp. The Kaishinto have a more full body, and they have a different shaped turret. I'm generally saving my Kaishinto turrets for my Konflikt 47 side, so I could put compression cannons on them. And I generally run stock the Chihas with the light howitzer barrels. Alright, and there are the 4 pieces we need for the chassis. Like I said, we're going to go ahead and construct this chassis. Remembering to dry fit. I swear it'll save you so much stress ahead of time. So we'll go ahead and construct it. We'll dry fit it. First we're going to trim it. Then we'll dry fit it. We'll glue it together. And then we'll glue the treads on. And that'll literally be the body of a tank. And then we'll have to add the turret with all the armor and armaments. The crew member, that'll kind of slow us down because I have to figure out kind of what crew member I want. I'm trying to make them all look a little unique. And I'm generally taking the tanks to completion with the hatches, the weaponry, and generally just the exhaust, and then I kind of leave them there. I'm going to go back and do like 100% and finish all of them with some of the fine details. The reason why I'm leaving that is I want the tanks to all look a little bit different. You know, like I want some to have, like, maybe one's more of a, you know, gearhead or more of like an S4 mechanic style tank, so they're gonna have a lot more cables and spare bits and boxes, and maybe one's like the S1 or admin, so he has like a lot of you know, supplies, or maybe he has like a sake bottle or sake barrel on the back. If you hear anything in the background, it's just my coffee pot going. It's a drip coffee pot, keep me awake. It was a very, very long shift today, but I always look forward to doing these streams when I get off work. It helps me decompress. To those who watch, hopefully it brings you a little bit of relaxation too. That'd be awesome. Definitely the goal. Again, never for profit, always just for fun. Too true, Paint Game. Too true. Always hydrate. Hey, buddy. You can't just like soft roll in there. Hey, man. How was your first game of Warhammer 40K? Was it everything you dreamed it would be? Did it live up to the hype? Was it worth all the hours of painting and modeling? The absolute massive audience here is dying to know. For those you don't know, Paint Games had his first game of Warhammer 40K scheduled for earlier today. Hopefully he got to play it. Last minute cancellations are a thing. That does happen. Oh, it's in 2 hours. Oh, okay. Oh, shit. All right. There you go. Well, hopefully it's not a last minute cancellation, man. Hopefully you're ready. Know your rules, and be courteous but firm. You know, don't let people walk all over you. Don't let people get away with cheating at the same point in time. You know, be the kind of opponent that you'd want to play, and you'll have a good time. What models are you taking? What army are you taking? So remember the golden rule is dry fit. Always dry fit. Take the top part chassis. All right, look at that. Look, we dry fit it first. Make sure it's good to go. Make sure we like it. Make sure seams are lining up. Nothing crazy. I didn't miss cleaning up something somewhere down here. That's all right. Not a big deal. Down here, hey, that's all right. Look in the front. Hey, that matches up pretty nicely. All right, cool. Good to go. Oh yeah. No, I know we live in different time zones, but I also work crazy hours. So I just kind of figured it was the 50-50. Either you already played or you hadn't. Either or. All right, and there we go. Like I said, I'm sure there's probably an appropriate modeling tool. I've always used toothpicks, or like I said, lately I've been using a coffee stirrer from Starbucks. Absolutely phenomenal tool. Take it just like so. Just run it along the cracks to get up any excess super glue. Again, if you use plastic glue, you probably wouldn't have this problem, but I use super glue because it's easy to get a hold of. Boom. All right, we have our chassis complete. Bottom part of our chassis. Now we're going to attach on the fore. Sorry. There we go. The fore and the aft part. I think I missed a little bit of cleanup. Let me get that real quick. Same thing, see, before I dry fit, I kind of run my fingers along, make sure I don't miss any little bips. I'm sure these all have more appropriate terms. I kind of just taught myself this hobby. I'll never forget I built like my first models while I was TUI sitting in a hotel room with nothing to do. So I bought a box of, I think I bought a box of push fit cultists and like a box of Cadian Command Squad, I want to say. Maybe? Yeah, I think I bought a Cadian Command Squad and like a box or two of push fit cultists. And I kind of built them all, just like figuring it out as I went. Oh yeah, oh man, Necrons plus Blood Angels? Oh, that's gonna be a deadly duo, man. You guys are gonna do well, I hope. Alright, so this is actually the front of the tank. A lot of people glue this particular piece upside down. Easy to tell, this little shackle right here. Oops, sorry, you can't see my big thumb. This little shackle should go right in the front. So like I said, we're gonna push fit, or we're gonna dry fit. Look at that. Oh, look how nice that goes on with the dry fit. Look at that. Like, hey, does this piece go there? Put the thing on. You can see on the side how well it fits. Boom, that's where it goes. These little things are facing out, and at the top part, I've seen a lot of people glue this one upside down. You can tell it doesn't quite fit when you have this one upside down. There's a little bit of a gap, and it looks kind of wonky. So like I said, always dry fit and make sure it looks exactly kind of how you want before you glue. It's one of those things where, like, no one really may notice except for, like, rivet counters, but you'll notice and it'll always bother you. Shackle on the top part. We're good to go. So for this one, the parts that kind of look like wings, these are going to go on the down part, or the bottom part of the back chassis, or the aft of the chassis. Kind of almost looks like a dozer blade. So when you swap this bad boy around, you'll see it literally fits just perfect. It should anyways. There we go, boom. Without even glue, it just popped right in there and it fits. That's a good dry fit. If you try and do it upside down, it won't go all the way up, it'll stick too far down. Look at that, sticking too far down, it's gonna look wonky and weird. That's why, even when you're in a rush, you always dry fit. So here in the back, the reason why this is built like that, the reason why I haven't done it on the end of the tanks, this is where your optional storage box goes on your tank. So I'm gonna have fun customizing those. Yeah, I still plan on doing my my Tiki themed Necrons painting games. I plan on doing them like probably just a small 8-man kill team. I know it's probably not competitive, but it'll be simple to learn the rules and simple to play. Hey, what's going on, man? Welcome to the chat, buddy. I appreciate you joining. Thanks for joining us on Too Late Tonight with Tiki. We are still mass producing medium tanks for the Imperial Japanese for both bolt action and Konflikt 47. So we're about, I want to say maybe a quarter of the way done with a Type 97 Chiha. We just finished dry fitting and gluing the chassis. We got the bottom top, we got the fore, and we got the aft. Now we're about to add our treads. And again, before you glue, you can see these right here. You can see, if you see this little cutout right up here, see how this is kind of cut a little bit? I guess we can get that closer. So it's cut a little bit. That's actually going to line up in this little cut part right here. And you can tell in the front there'll be a little line. Oops, let me try and invert it. There we go. If it's too far forward, you'll see it. There we go. If it's too far forward, you'll see it. You want to pull that back until it's flush. There we go. Flush. Like I said, I still have gaps in my treads because I'm not a perfectionist. I just cover that with mud and call it a great day. And you can tell which part of the treads go forward. It's the part with spokes, and because these pieces right here match up. We got that nice flush. Good enough for government work. We'll let that sit for a little bit. Flashing right on it, and bada bing, bada boom, you have a tank slowly coming together. So yes, I do have a Discord account. The Discord channel I have right now is permanently, or not permanently, it's currently under construction. Because I'm possibly leaving the Dungeons and Dragons hobby at least for a little while, and that's what my channel was set up for. I float around a lot of other people's Discords. Like I said, I know you probably see me in a NextVid's Discord quite often. So it's honestly just Tiki the Hut, just like the channel. If you go to my YouTube channel, the name's right there. So, or like I said, one of the best things, at least for you to find me easily, just hop in NextVid's Discord and just go to his where people post their models. I'm not sure where people post models. Find one of the models I posted and you can boom, find my name right there. But yeah, man, it's just Tiki the Hut. Not a lot of Tiki the Huts out there. Yeah, man, I know we were talking the other day about you know, tank design and how that influences stuff. Particularly for a sci-fi world. Oh yeah. I'm a huge sci-fi nerd. Not just for like 40K, but you know, Starship Troopers, you know, grew up on Star Trek and Stargate and Star Wars. You know, had a really good nerdy childhood. I was able to ride my bike to the library, so there was like no stopping me. Alright, so we dry fit, put this bad boy up there. So yeah, I love talking about different sci-fi concepts, different sci-fi worlds, genres, IPs. Fortunately, I have both dogs and a beard, so I just get these little hairs everywhere. Alright. Boom, there we go. Look at that. We got our chassis down with our treads. Not too shabby, not too shabby. I think the best thing, honestly, painting games, man, just bombard me here in the chat, man. This gives us plenty of time to talk about it, you know? It's a little bit easier because I kind of block out this time to work on my hobbies and to chat with you guys. So, you know, instead of trying to catch up on the messages, you know, when I'm at work or something like that, this might be the better time to do it. If you're okay with that, if you're okay with it being, you know, advertised to the whole world, I'm pretty sure no one's going to steal anything. But, yeah, man, ask away while I'm here. I am, I'm here for you, sir. Alright, now I'm gonna clip out. You hear the mic kind of cut in and out, so I don't want my clippings to go through the mic. So I'm gonna start working on the upper part of the chassis. And this is the part where I was gonna point out. So we have a difference between the kit that you get in the box. Builds both a Chiha and a Kaishinto. You can see the Kaishinto here. Let me grab something sharp and pointy. So the Kaishinto has the more fuller body. You can tell it literally kind of goes all the way back. It has a heavier turret, so it has a heavier body. Whereas the traditional Chiha, you can tell it has more of that almost like wasp waist kind of. It kind of slinters in back here in the middle. Not a huge difference, but there is a difference. So the unique things about Imperial Japanese tanks at the time was they were designed to be extraordinarily modular. And what I mean by that is you see these Chiha turrets, right? Not the most effective turret. When they first made the Chiha, they were just looking to put howitzers on an armored platform with some machine guns just to support the infantry. Well, as we started coming across anti-tank guns and actual tanks from the Soviets, and then later, much later, the Americans, like, okay, we actually need some legitimate, firepower on these tanks to fight other tanks. So what happened to all these turrets? Well, they took these turrets and they put them on the old Hago tanks. So the Hagos were even woefully undergunned, more so than the Chihas. The Hagos had absolutely tiny guns. So what happens is they took the turrets off the Hagos and they took the old turrets off the Chihas, put them on the Hagos, called it a Kinu, and then they put a brand new Kaishinto turret on top of the Chiha chassis and called it a Type 97 Chiha Kaishinto, and it had a much larger anti-tank gun on it instead of a howitzer. So the Imperial Japanese tanks were extraordinarily modular. I mean, it's not, I don't want to like give credit where it's like, oh, it's a great design idea. I don't think it was that. I think necessity is the mother of invention. So they had such limited steel, and both the Imperial Japanese Army and Imperial Japanese Navy were fighting over resources at the time as they were building a larger empire. So it's like, look, man, we literally cannot waste the steel. So like, what do we do with all these turrets? You're like, fuck it, figure out how to Frankenstein that shit on one of the old Hagos and just push it out the door. Keep pushing them out the factory door. So there you go. There's an interesting idea to pull from history for your sci-fi tank designs: modularity. I can tell you right now that it used to be, at least my time in, it was a huge buzzword, particularly with air assets. If you're able to, or ships too, if you're able to swap out modular packages on ships or aircraft, so you have the same overall frame, but when you swap out the mission unique packages, it allows that same airframe to conduct different types of missions. For example, they figured out, instead of putting the sensors in the actual fuselage of attack aircraft, what they could do is just make a targeting pod, just like you would have an external fuel tank or an actual ordnance, bomb or a missile. They would just make targeting sensors and put them on what basically looked like drop tanks. It was like a drop tank with a camera, and inside it was a massive electronic suite, and they would just attach that to an aircraft that would need the special sensors. So that's something that's very intelligently designed to influence your sci-fi stuff, is modularity. Modularity is huge. Yeah, modularity for the military is like pumpkin spice lattes for basic girls wearing Uggs, man. It just goes together. All right, we'll go USW. Let's find out what the USW is. So we made sure to cut out the right one. Like I said, always when you're checking your stuff, make sure you got the right one. This is the The Chiha, you can tell it's got the narrow waist. I need to get back to having a narrow waist. I need to work out more often. So if I mention a channel on this video, it's just an entertainment value. I don't follow anybody for political or personal views. I have my own. So any channel I follow, it's just for fun. It's just for like entertainment. So if you hear me name drop someone, it's a channel you don't like for whatever reason, just know that I don't follow anybody politically or socially. I follow them just purely for entertainment. Asmagon, if you look at him, I think he's going through a fitness challenge, which is pretty cool because he's rucking, and I actually love rucking. So I might actually start posting in his Discord a little bit, some of my progress to kind of keep him going as well. And if you know Mini Wargaming Dave, which name dropping, I don't fucking know the guy, and he doesn't know me, but he has a Discord, and it's all about building models and fitness. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh, nothing yet. Okay, yeah, I picked the USW, so let me know. I'm sure you're probably still typing. Alright, so we cleaned off a little bit of this top part of the chassis. When you want to get that thing glued in there. I think the part's going to slow us down is going to be customizing the commander. And then working on the hatches. The hatches are always rough. Oh, no. So, yeah, wrong channel. It's not Asma Gold. It's, I thought it's Asmagon. Maybe it's Asmogan. I don't know how to pronounce it. So yeah, no, wrong guy, not the long-haired dude. Different channel. But no, Rucking's fantastic. Alright, and boom, there we go. Any excess glue? Yeah, let me grab my excess glue remover. Alright. And boom, coming one step closer. So like I said, it's missing the hatches, it's missing the bow, the front armor, which will have the spot for the bow mini machine gun. It's missing the turret, which will have the light howitzer and the rear facing mini machine gun. And then the mufflers, and this won't be done. The turret also includes the commander, and that's the commander and the hatches are one of the parts that definitely slows me down. All right, the USW. The USW is an acronym for the United Space Worlds, aka the main human faction. Oh, I picked wisely. The USW is a union of different human worlds, such as the Terran Empire, Copper World, Astro Sector, and Toronto Sector. Okay, so it's now most exciting faction. Lord. Okay, so talk to me about their design. Is it a utilitarian design? Is it form follows function? You know, like, is it a great example? Look at like Art Deco, or like a great example. Look at Italian aircraft. Most Italian aircraft or most Italian cars are very sleek. They have a very good design. They also perform well, but the design kind of comes first. And then look at like Russian spacecraft, or look at actually Russian spacecraft is probably one of the best things. Or look at like NASA punks, like early NASA stuff, where it's just like, hey, we have, you know, Cat 4 cables going everywhere, wiring everywhere. It's like, this is just make it make sense and just put stuff where it goes. You know, don't worry about the design. So what's the design of the ships? Because that'll affect a lot of other stuff. It kind of gives you a feel for it. I don't know if he's talking about Battletech. I think he's talking about just general sci-fi, because I knew he was asking about tanks. I don't know. I feel like I kind of like, I don't know. Some Battletech is cool, I guess. I don't know. I grew up more on Gundam than I did Battletech, I want to say. Like, I saw some stuff with Battletech when I was young. But I remember, obviously you could tell with like the hours of my channel and some of the music and some of the style I try and go for. I watched a lot of Toonami as a kid. So I watched Gundam Wing, which was meh. But then I watched Gundam 8th MS Team. It was basically like Gundam set in Vietnam. It was very militaristic sci-fi. It was absolutely phenomenal. So I kind of like Gundam more than Battletech, if that makes sense. Battletech is awesome, but I feel like trying to get into Battletech is what people who aren't into 40k feel like getting into 40k. It's like trying to walk into a raging river and just getting swept up in the current. You're like, oh shit. Okay, so that design for the USW kind of makes sense. So what's your question about it? What idea did you want to bounce off about the USW? I think I'm kind of getting a design feeling about it. Alright, taking a look at it right here. Size and time is a problem. Yeah, that makes sense. So they're trying to incorporate so many species that I guess that could be a problem. Okay. Sounds kind of cool, man. So what are the design ideas particularly that you're trying to bounce off me? I'm lending you my ear, good sir. Alright, here's our turret. A little bit of excess super glue, so we use our super high-tech fancy excess super glue remover. A stir stick. Never glue your turrets in because you want to be able to remove them to show that a tank's destroyed. So boom, there we go. So same thing is a huge difference between I showed you earlier the body between a Chiha and a Kaishinto, so same thing here. The turret is also widely different. You can see the turret is actually much larger for the Kaishinto, and much more of a, call it, almost like a rounded shape, where this one's almost more like a smaller teardrop shape. The Kashinto is more elongated. Alright, so we're going to clip out the front and back pieces of armor for the turret and the side pieces, and we'll attach on our lighthouse or mini machine gun. I don't like clipping out those pieces until I'm about to glue them, because it's super easy to lose the mini machine gun pieces. You only get 2 in the box, you know, because it only has 2 mini machine guns. Alright, we have our 4 pieces clipped out, so now let's go ahead and trim them down and get them on the turret. That's what we got here. Okay. So you're saying detailing on the tank designs is the one problem? It can be. Usually not always, but for most things military, particularly, like, in my opinion, just my opinion, it's not very valid. It's not more valid than anyone else's, but in my opinion, good military sci-fi, or military sci-fi that I find enjoyable myself, is based in not reality, because it's military sci-fi, but it's based off things that would make sense in that universe, if that makes sense. I'm not saying it has to be realistic to our universe, but it has to make sense to their universe. So usually form follows functions when it comes to military vehicles. You generally don't have unnecessary designs. I say that, you look at 40K and the ships look like flying cathedrals, so, you know, clearly I'm an idiot. But that's a stylized choice, you know, and it's very important to the lore and the whole morale and the religion and all that stuff going forward. But usually for the military sci-fi part of it, because I consider that more sci-fi or space opera, usually form follows function. A good example, look at Star Wars. You have the X-Wing. You have S-foils that lock in an X position. The Y-Wing looks like a Y. These things all work, right? Don't even start at the B-Wing. I have no idea. But you also have the TIE Fighter. You know, because it's a twin ion engine, a TIE Fighter. And you have to remember, you know, X-Wings were meant to travel, you know, do long-distance patrols. The rebels like to use them for ambushes, hit and run tactics, so it had to have a hyperdrive. It needed to have shields that can get close enough to deliver its ordnance and strike its target, and then enough shields to get away, right? You look at the TIE Fighter, that's not what you needed for the TIE Fighter. The Empire needed to patrol and, you know, deal with piracy and the Hutts and the cartels and, of course, the rebellion over an entire galaxy. So they needed a standard template, you know, superiority void craft that, you know, wasn't the best, but they could crank out easily. They can make replacement parts. If you look at like a book on the maintenance of a TIE Fighter, it's absolutely modular. Versus an X-Wing, you really have to get in there, almost like a hot car, like a hot rod custom. You know, you gotta, like, you know, swap out this part, your capacitors, all this kind of stuff. TIE Fighters are just plug and play, super simple to repair and build. So that's why they didn't have shields, you know, because they weren't there to be a, you know, end-all be-all space interceptor fighter. They're just to do patrols, just to keep, just to keep, you know, piracy and cartels and stuff like that down. So that's a long-winded example, in my opinion, on Star Wars stuff, on how form follows function. Oh, okay, that's kind of interesting. It shows plasma sends out lightning bolts. All right. So if it's in out lightning bolts, will different planets' atmospheres affect that? Like, is that tank good on different planets with different atmospheres? Like ionospheres, stuff like that. Will that affect, especially like gravity? Does it still work in like null gravity situations? Sure. Why not? What you got? Yeah, sure. Tell me about the opposing force. Or one of them. It sounds like you have 3 separate factions. Alright, there's those 4 pieces trimmed. Now let's get these things dry fitted before we glue. Particularly this piece. So on this whole kit, this is the one where you really want to clean it up as much as you can and dry fit it as many times as you can to get it just right. Because this one can kind of be a pain. So as you can tell, I had a little bit of excess super glue. Literally used the blade to kind of clean that off. I want this smooth and perfect. As you can tell, that's the front. So as you can tell on the back, see how it's kind of has that indentation. It can be a very pain to get that. So that fits just right. See how the flush it is at the top? Now when you oh, sorry, you can't see with my thumb in the way. Now a lot of times you'll do it, it'll pop up like that. You know, get this lip on top. Again, no one will notice but you, but it'll drive you batshit. The same thing. It should be like a line on the bottom and then curve at the top, so you know if you have it right side up or not. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. It is pretty damn near flush, good enough for government work. I'm okay with that. I would approve that to leave the factory and go to some island somewhere just to get destroyed by a bazooka that costs like a quarter as much with like a 20th of the material cost. Hey man, it's your lore. You're driving this thing. I'm just riding in the back figuring out what's what, so take it away, Haas. So same thing with the rear piece. This is where the rear mounted mini machine gun goes. You can kind of tell how it's curved like that. You can see the indentation. You can see the indentation. So you definitely want to dry fit. You want to dry fit and make sure you get it nice and flush. Make sure the piece can go flush. Because any deviation on the front or back armor and these two side armors won't go on right at all, and you're going to get these little things that kind of stick out. Again, no one will probably notice, but it'll drive you crazy. You can tell which side's up because it has like a little lip on the very bottom, and it's kind of granular on the top part. Not granular, but a gradual slope. There we go. Granular. Alright, there you go. Nice and relatively flush. Good enough for me. Actually kind of sticks out a little bit on the bottom. Pushed a little too hard, but that's alright. It still fits and turns. Oh yeah, not catching on anything. Still turns, we're good to go. Now this one, to figure out which one goes where, you know, one's a short piece, one's a long piece, and then just look at your instructions, pay attention to where the rivets are, and it'll actually help you do it a lot easier. I still look at the instructions each time. So you can tell on this longer piece, there's a line right here with 6 rivets on each, or 8 rivets on each side at least. Right here. That's gonna go towards the back. Dry fit looks good. It's been nicked off. Hey, thanks Nathan. Yeah, man, we are literally like a red alert war machine, man. Or a war factory. It's like unit constructed, building. Unit completed, building. Unit complete, building. I don't have any Command & Conquer fans I have in here, but I played a lot of Command & Conquer growing up, so I get my own joke, I get my own reference. I like the original Command & Conquers. I like the Red Alerts, especially as a fan of Conflict 47. I really like the Red Alerts, particularly Red Alert 3. I like the flavoring and the. I'm gonna say this, the video game nerd. I miss FMV cutscenes. Go back and play the Red Alerts and tell me how much you miss. You know, nice, especially the ones that have been remastered, like really good footage FMV videos. I'm not talking like cheesy 1980 games. I'm talking like really good FMV, like quality work. I love it. I like it better than like the Hideo Kojima, you know, trying to play Metal Gear Solid, but I get like an hour of gameplay and I gotta sit and watch an hour cutscene movie and they put credits in. You know, give me full motion video. If you're gonna make me watch a movie in my video game, at least make it an FMV movie, you know? Man, Nathan's here for 2 seconds, already start ranting. But speaking of Command & Conquer, my favorite will always be Generals. I think it's because the age at which I played it. Again, I'm old enough to remember. I remember where I was on 9/11. You know, and that game came out right after, and it was a product of its time. There is absolutely, positively no way a video game studio could get away with releasing Command & Conquer Generals nowadays. The world would lose its collective mind. Insufficient funds. Unit on hold. So this last piece, just dry fit it, find out which way it kind of goes in. The instructions are super clear, so I just kind of dry fit it. Like if you look on this, it kind of doesn't fit right, so it gives that weird lip, so flip it upside down, and boom. You can see where it fits nice and flush. Always dry fit, you'll save yourself the hassle. You'll hear me say it like 50 million times, I promise you. It won't sink in, you'll know what you're doing, and you'll make a mistake, and you'll be like, oh, shit. So it could be because I'm bad at the game, you know, fair warning. But has anyone else played Space Marine 2 since the update? I feel like it's a little bit harder. I don't know. I feel like there's a shit ton more, I don't know what they're called, little hormigons or whatever. Because I played the sniper, so it is a lot harder to get. I mean, close combat's still pretty cool, but I feel like the game's a little bit more difficult. I don't know. It could just be me being terrible and not playing enough. Maybe I'm just being a baby. Could just be the classic get good scrub, so. Oh, there's nothing wrong with a mysterious faction. You don't have to have a full set of lore for each faction. It can be kind of like mysterious. You know, it's always a good way to go. So, I'm not a fan of, like, I don't know. I'm not a super big fan of, like, review bombing unless there's something wrong with the game. Like, if they released a patch that broke the game, that makes sense. And it's just my opinion. Again, it's not valid. It's not more valid than yours or anyone else's. Just my 2 cents. But at the same point in time, I would have thought from like Helldivers 2, people learned. So the problem with always online games and always releasing balancing and fixing, you know, is I understand balancing and fixing for PvP stuff. That kind of makes sense. I get it. You want to explore new builds. You know, the meta constantly shifts just like 40k itself. I don't understand people nerfing and balancing things for PvE. That just seems, I don't know, it seems like a weird way to take things, and it almost seems like a waste of energy. You know, like I understand you have to pay people to do all this design work and stuff like that. Like, I don't know a lot of people who like nerfing or buffing anything in PvE. You know, like just release stuff and just let it go. And then, you know, you can release new stuff. You can release, hey, here's new weapons, but also here's harder enemies. You know, hey, here's another difficulty. Hey, that's fine. But nerfing things in a PvE mode seems a weird design choice. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I would love to hear some other people's opinions on that in the chat. That could just be me. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I've never made a video game. Oh, I did make a video game once when I was a kid in QBasic. You know, using QBasic, but it was more of like a choose your own adventure kind of book. But doesn't really count. Just not a fan of nerfing and balancing PvE, because if I have a set loadout and I spent my time, you know, that I don't have a lot of, money's one thing, but time is the hard currency. So I spend my time, you know, getting a guy looking a certain way, getting this all set up, and I play this game, and then I come back and I play the game later. You know, why did it suddenly change? I understand multiplayer changing, sure, why not? But like the campaign, it's like not changing your campaign settings, but your campaign changes, and you're like, what the hell is this? It's like inverting your controls almost. You're like, what? Why are you doing this? Like, what is going on? There you go. I was on autopilot. I have no idea why I cut the mufflers out, but I did. It's like 4 steps ahead of where I need to be. Coffee brain took over for a second. Alright, let me clip out the light howitzer barrel. Alright, there we go. We'll go ahead and trim those down to make them nice and neat, and then we'll go ahead and glue them in the respective housings. I mean, I still like it, don't get me wrong. I play with my brothers, and I love the challenge. It's fun. I played the other day, and then I played the next day with the same character, you know, slightly leveled up on the same difficulty and the same level, and I'm like, why is this just... You know, everything was the same except the time period had changed. I'm like, why is this extraordinarily more difficult? And it's not like a fair, like, the AI director revolving around you. It's like they literally changed certain stuff. Like, the dodge felt different, you know, different weapons felt different. I'm like, this is weird. Yeah, man, post it when it's all done. I look forward to reading that. That sounds cool. Sounds like the USW are a really cool faction. I kind of like the industrial theme idea with them. Kind of reminds me of almost like Belters from The Expanse. Hopefully it's not offensive. But, it's kind of a cool design idea. Alright, so we're going to put our light howitzer here in the front. And, you know, we'll spin the turret around. And we'll put our medium machine gun back here in the rear. So it's something very unique. You saw it in early Soviet tanks, and obviously Imperial Japanese tanks is the rearmost turret. I explained this in another stream, so I won't go like too far in depth in it. But if in case you're curious, what are the many useful parts of that? It's a very unique design. It had a few advantages, obviously a lot of disadvantages. You know, if you had both machine guns forward, if it was a coaxial, you could put both machine guns forward. You know, kind of like a Stuart or a Sherman. Or a Stewart, you know, both of those. But the cool thing about a rear-facing medium machine gun is it allowed a higher traverse. It could pitch up a little bit higher. And so what that became really useful for was, originally it was designed for when these vehicles are traveling. Let me make sure I don't lose my medium machine gun piece. Let me move this guy out of the way. But when you have multiple tanks moving, you know, they can alternate their turrets. And what it does, you know, like, we'll say these two are actually the middle vehicles. There's one fore and aft. We say these two are the middle vehicles. You see the machine guns are facing up and out at different angles. So what that does is it allows you to have a 360 flak protection. You know, particularly, you know, you had like P-40s and some other stuff like that. Some other aircraft kind of diving down, knocking out Imperial Japanese armor. So when using these tanks to support a convoy of like motorized a section of like motor rifles or mechanized infantry, these rear-facing machine guns can also be used for flak. And also, additionally, when you get, everyone knows you never bring a tank into a city fight. It's a bad idea, especially a larger tank. These tanks are pretty small, so you can kind of get away with bringing them into like what would count for a city. Like if you look at the battle of, oh man, I want to say Luzon maybe in the Philippines. You know, there's a lot of tanks actually inside the urban center. And these rear-facing machine guns were really good about, you know, being able to give yourself not a full 360, but a pretty good aerial denial from, if you weren't worried about anti-tank weapons, you're worried about infantry with improvised anti-tank weapons. Could be, you know, Molotovs to, you know, block out your vent. It could be anti-tank mines. Could be all sorts of stuff. So it allows you to kind of cover your rear from infantry trying to sneak up on you. More importantly, you know, you had Piats and bazookas, you know, sometimes on the roof of buildings or stuff like that. This medium machine gun in the back, because it could pitch up and down a little bit higher and had pretty good traversing, you can cover rooftops kind of behind you. So as you go along, you have a bow gun in the front to kind of cover what's in front of you, and you have a medium machine gun in the back to kind of cover what's behind you. You can kind of move your turret as you go, and it kind of gives you a little bit more of an arc of threat to kind of protect yourself as like a trouble bubble kind of, to kind of prevent people. You can kind of suppress an enemy trying to get something ready to hit you with. So kind of a cool design, very of its times, very unique. You won't see it anymore for good reason. Not a bad idea, but just not the good idea. So, large-scale warfare has the ability to kind of thin out mediocre or bad ideas. They generally don't last very long when it comes to the competitive of open warfare. Alright, we got our howitzer barrel in. Let's wipe off the excess super glue. Let's get our rear-facing mini machine gun in. So a lot of people think that the Type 97 Chiha tank had the same, one-person turret rules that a Hago or smaller tank does. So the Hago in real world actually did have a one-person turret. So in the Type 95 Hago tank is a three-person vehicle. You had a driver, you had a bow machine gunner who also served as either a radioman or a signalman, depending if it had the technology for a radio or not. And then the tank commander was also the gunner, and he stayed up in the turret. Not a lot of room in those Hagos. All right, there we go. We have our light howitzer in the front, and we have our medium machine gun in the rear with a nice tilted up, kind of protect us from low flying aircraft. "10 pages, man. It's pretty impressive. Yeah, I do like tropical and beach environment. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Now, tropical and like island hopping and stuff like that, it's gonna play hell with logistics. I'm sure that'll factor into your story and a lot of your vehicle designs as well. Logistics is key, man. Alright, so I think a new thing I'll start doing these live streams is anytime I open up a Warlord package, they always have these little packaged buy. So, nice little thank you up to Betty, who packaged one of the mini things I bought from Warlord Games. I bought some Imperial Japanese tank crewmen. So, I save all the ones I get, and then I think every year I'm going to send like just a nice Christmas card with a thank you to all the names that I have. So I think this is the guy we'll be using, very similar to the other one we have with the katana, but I think this one will probably give a nice Nambu pistol. So while we're waiting on him to kind of wash off, I have them in a little bit of water and a little bit of dish soap just to kind of get some of the packaging and just the general castingness on them. I don't know how much you guys cast. This isn't lead, so I'm sure it's fine. I cast lead for munitions, so I'm super like always wash my lead, you always wash my hands and stuff like that. You don't want to consume lead, make you it's not good for you. So I'm letting that kind of wash for a little bit. Probably not necessary. I will probably go work on the bow armor. We'll put in the hatches first, then we'll put in the bow medium machine gun, the mufflers, and we'll finish up the turret. And the damn hatch. That's always the worst part. And then we'll get started on our 2 other tanks. Alright, now we're just neatening up this bow armor. Trying to get it nice and all these parts trimmed off to make sure we can get it nice and flush. So this actually has the hatch for the driver to see. This has the bow medium machine gun. Alright, turn it off and let's dry fit this bad boy. See how it looks. Oh yeah, very nice. So it's pretty flush. Looks good enough for government work. Alright man, hey, best of luck on your first match, man. He's headed off to his first 40k match. Taking his Necrons, playing with an ally who's Blood Angels, going up against some Chaos Space Marines, man. Sounds like lore-wise, sounds like a great battle. Hope you guys write some cool, you know, fluffy lore for it. Sounds like a really cool engagement. Alright, take it easy, painting games. There we go. Front piece on. Now, mistakes I've made in the past, I'm going to put the hatches on first, where I put in that that port side bow machine gun. I've tried like sticking crewmen coming out of there with the hatches up. It doesn't make sense because that's the hatch they enter into. The driver still sits back in here to look out here, and the gunner has to sit back in here to even operate the gun, so it just doesn't really make any sense. Plus, if you're sitting up front, the machine gun could easily flag you and just literally decapitate you with a couple, like, you know, 7.7 Arisaka rounds in the back of the head. Alright, here are 2 hatches. Let's get these guys trimmed up. All nice and neat, properly fit, just perfect. Alright, let's get these turrets popped on here. No, like I said, I wouldn't review Space Marine 2. I still think it's a fun game. I still have fun playing it. I have fun playing it with my brothers and my buddies, so I still think it's a good time. I just find it regrettable sometimes when they mess with PvE, but overall, it's not that big of a deal. Alright, we got our front hatches in. This is how you hop into the tank. Let me go ahead and get the excess glue off. Got a little bit of excess glue on the hinges. I don't worry too much about, you know, doing super glue and like leaving like my fingerprints on it and stuff like that. I just paint over it. Adds more wear and tear to the tank. All right, let's work on the turret. Alright, we've washed him off a little bit. He looks a little bit better. I generally don't like cutting stuff off of metal models because it's kind of hard to get it just right. So I think I may actually leave that head on. Because that'll leave 2 of these traditional football style tanker helmets. I'll have, because I'm going to cut the head off of one of the models I already have done. So I already have this guy done, that same tanker style helmet. I'm going to cut his head off and put on a samurai helmet to match my other tanker commanders. As you can see, I've started to put traditional. I suppose because I use it for Conflikt 47, so they actually have like traditional samurai style helmets, and the commanders have emblems on the front. And you can tell what's a command tank, because on mine, anyways, they have the actual radio on top of the turret. So I think I'll leave his head on, and I think I just need to put something in his hand. I think we're gonna go with a Nambu pistol. I was thinking like a little flag, but I don't really have one. A little knee mortar might be kind of funny, you know, to pop smoke. Yeah. Let's take a look. Let's see what I got in the old box of tricks here. Let's see if I have a knee mortar. That might actually look kind of cool. No, it's the wrong hand. I'd have to cut too much off. I don't think I'll turn out the way I'm wanting it to, so I think I'm just gonna go on this one anyways. I'm just gonna go a little simplistic. I know it's not usually my style, but on this one I think I'm just gonna go with a nice little classic Nambu pistol. Nothing like a nice little 8mm Nambu to say hello. A little bit more historically accurate and practical than the other guy who's packing a Type 96, mag-fed light machine gun. This is something definitely an officer, if not an NCO or tank commander would carry. Never underestimate the usefulness of a sidearm as a vehicle crew. We were talking about this last year about the usefulness of shoulder holsters. Very delicate glue work. Trying to get that to like just right. Oh yeah, he looks like he's definitely about to basically try and be a commissar, Kipatai, and just give someone the final judgment. Nothing like a point blank prescription of 8mm Nambu. Give somebody who won't move out of this tank's way a nice twofer to the dome. All right, let's get his turret cut out. Put the turret in. We'll put him in his turret. Put the turret in, and then we'll get to work on the hatches. Hatches can be very, very delicate work. So, the hard parts in this are the treads. We knocked this out pretty early. I would say the treads, these hatches on top of the commander's turret, if you're doing like a commander in it with the hatches to the side, and then the radio antenna is very difficult. So I do have regret. I wish I would have taken the time to kind of clean up the metal tank commander a little bit more before I glued that delicate plastic Nambu pistol to his hand. Because now he's gonna be kind of delicate to work on, and I do need to clean up some of his metal flashing and casting to get it to sit right and look right. So definitely a mistake there. Regret, but I think we'll be all right. Yeah, so that pistol is definitely in his hand now. We're good there. But I do have to kind of clear off some of this. So I need to clear off that. And I need to clear off this kind of bottom part. It's tough because the metal casting part goes straight into his looks almost like a hip pouch. Could possibly be an ammo pouch or canteen or something like that. But it goes a little below where his waist is. You want it flush so it sits nice and flush in the turret. Because the cool part of the way this model is shaped is this hand actually will actually grip the side of the cupula turret, which is pretty cool. Like for example, we have this version wielding a katana, and you can tell his hand is actually grabbing the rim of the turret, which is pretty cool. Yeah, you definitely want to hold on. If you ever been in a vehicle, what we call a brawl dog in the turret like that, you definitely want to be holding on. So you can tell here on the sides where these little indications are, that's where the hatches go. So one hatch will open off that way, and this hatch will open off that way, so you kind of want your commander kind of facing out this way or that way. Ooh. Nice, okay, he fell out but the pistol still held, so we're good there. Alright. Alright, it's definitely being a very finicky model to get just right. I think I may have trimmed him a little short, so he's not fully seating in the turret. But here we go. Here's the final result. Not too shabby. See how he's kind of holding on to the side of the cupula, and he has his Nambu drawn out. I actually kind of like how that came out. We'll let him kind of cure a little bit more, kind of fully get glued, and then we'll actually push him down in there. And then after this, oh, I actually have some people. All right, so I'm new to this whole thing. I know it's like 21 streams in, but I just learned how to do something. So bear with me. Let me try this. Let me... I will put a poll in the chat. It's the first time I've ever done one, so I'm kind of excited about that. Alright, so I'm about to post the poll. Pretty excited. First time we're doing a poll. It's kind of cool. So which tank should we build next? We're just about to finish this one. Should we go with a Hago? Or should we go with a Kami? Second here, I think. Let me refresh the stream, then I'll go ahead and post this poll. All right, there we go. Yep. All right, it's catching up. Cool. All right, a little bit of a delay. So yeah, we have a Type 95 Hago. Or we have the Type 2 Kami, which is an amphibious swimming tank. So, two different types of tanks to build. trim up these hatch covers. We'll get these glued on. We'll get the mufflers put on, and that'll be enough for this tank. I don't finish these tanks all the way. I kind of get it just to the point where, you know, I think it's gonna, I think it'll be easy to pick up at another time. Alright, he's cured enough. Let's get him fully seated and glued into the tank. Nice, there we go. There's our commander. I'll just put the hatches on him. I don't want him fully facing the same way as the barrel. I kind of want him kind of poking off to the side, you know? Oh, the pole looks split. The pole does look split. Feel free, coming up on the end of this tank, you actually get to have a say in which tank is being built next. Finally figured out how to do polls in the chat. I told you I'm terrible at this. I'm slowly learning. Slowly. Alright, the hatchets, man. The hatchets are always a pain in the ass. He is never. He is pain in the asshole. hatch covers. So luckily the mic was muted. I was over here kind of getting mad at this hatch cover. There's not one to go on there. They can be kind of a pain. Depends on how you want them. Do you want them fully opened up? Do you want them halfway opened up so they can use them as like armor? Do you want them fully laying to the side? It's all about how you want the hatch cover, I guess. All right, there we go. We got our hatch. We got our hatch covers. We got our commander and his turret. What's funny is it looks like the scale is off, right? Like, how's that guy so big compared to the tank? No, that's the scale. There's not a lot of room in these tanks. So there he is. He's got his. Oh, we still gotta put in the bow machine gun. That would have been awkward. All right, and there is our bow medium machine gun. Now he's got to add on the exhaust on the back, and for the level that I'm taking this tank, that'll be it. Then I'll add on the final finishing features. You know, all the that'll be like the pioneering kit, the toolboxes, the storage thing in the back, all that kind of stuff. Get that to focus a little better. There we go. Now it's focusing. So because the bodies and the turrets of the Chiha and the Kaishinto are different, the exhausts are actually different as well. Just clean them up a little bit before I put them on there. Alright, I'll do my dry fit. Oh yeah, perfect. So these ones are going to have like the long and wide looking neck that's going to feed into the actual tank. And then the shorter one actually feeds away from it. I'll show you what I mean. we look on this tank, you'll see back here on the muffler, that large part kind of feeds right in, and the smaller part kind of shoots off on the back. So same thing here. You'll see it actually, the long part right here follows this curved piece right here and follows it right into this little spot where it connects. And the smaller one, it stays, you know, on the same level as this back piece, and then just kind of sticks out. Like I said, it's good to have your exhaust kind of above the water lines so they can actually go across a creek or, you know, low level water and actually not have to worry about sucking water into its diesel engine. Because the Imperial Japanese were one of the first ones to figure out, like, hey, let's stop using gasoline in armored tanks. Let's use diesel instead after they had a really bad fire. Only took months. All the other countries were like, oh, it's actually a really good idea. This was like early in the 30s. Back when the Imperial Japanese were working on the Type 89, which is a precursor to the Type 95. Boom, and look at that, just like that, our tank is done, mufflers are done. Add a whole nother tank to the list, and let's see what the pole is looking like. It's probably 50-50. Yep, and it's a 50-50 pole. Alright, last chance to get your votes in while I kind of get the boxes together. Let me know which one you want to see first. You want to see a light tank called a Ha-Go, or do you want to see another light tank called a Kami that's a fully amphibious tank? They're both pretty cool. Like I said, we're gonna try and build them both on stream. If you guys can't decide, we'll just kind of continue on. I just kind of want to do a poll in the chat, never done before. Seems kind of cool. Looks like the Kami is pulling ahead, or should I say swimming ahead. Oh, it's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Alright. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the poll. I will call it, and I will give it another minute. And then we'll go ahead and end the poll, and we'll see what we have. Looking like the Kami is going to win. I like both tanks. I think Kamis are super cool, but I have an absolute love for Ha-Gos. It's my goal to travel and see as many Ha-Gos as possible and take a picture of them. All right, yeah, looks like the Kami. Looks like the Kami is the winner. The poll has ended with the Kami as the winner. Look at that. All right, 4 votes. Love it. Absolutely love it. Thanks for participation. I appreciate it. Let's get to work on the Kami. So when you open up these boxes from GW, they do come with all sorts of cool goodies. Here's some metal bits right here for the Kami tank. Comes with a small crewman's, different hatches, different little accoutrements. There's the AT gun, that's metal. Here's also your accessory pack. It gives you these little wood things so you can do your smoke for like damaged vehicle. There's an order dice. I like the white and red. So my Imperial Japanese Navy will use the white and red, you know, for like the rising sun, versus my Imperial Japanese Army will just use like the, you know, Imperial Japanese tan color dice. Alright, well it is a full resin kit, as I'm sure you can tell. Like I said, I don't see any major issues. Even the treads are labeled, which looks nice. Seems like some small minor cleaning. Definitely a Kami. Feels pretty hefty. Definitely heavier than the other tanks. Don't try and float it in real life. I think you may be disappointed. But let's get this bad boy built and going. I think I just gotta start cleaning off a lot of the resin, cleaning it off with a knife, getting the metal part ready. I don't think there's any instructions for the box, but I think the back of the box has the instructions because it's so small and simplistic. Yeah. Oh, okay, so that's some of the unique metal stuff. Okay, cool. So my light's a little bright. Let me dim that down. So as you can see, there are the instructions for building it. Oh. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, this one I definitely won't be having a commander stick out of the hatch because I feel like I don't want to make a non-waterproof hatch. I figured if I'm going to be using it as a swimming tank for my Imperial Japanese Navy, let's keep the hatches closed and keep it a very seaworthy armored vehicle, as it were. I guess not really sea, more like littoral, sorry, or like amphibious, maybe even riverine. So, nice shout out to Maria. Thank you. Looks like you packed this without incident. I greatly appreciate it. Alright, I don't see any rudders. Okay, so I see my props, but I don't see any rudders, so I think I'm rudderless, which, again, not a big deal. Anyone who's checking to see if my swimming tank had rudders, I hope they have a great day. You know, it seems like their life might be going a little bit rough. Okay, oof. I was about to say, in the pack is definitely missing the machine guns, but it actually does have both machine guns. They're just a little bit rough for wear, a little bit beaten up, but that's okay. We can work with that. Not but a thing. Yeah, as far as resin kit, I mean, this is mostly already cleaned up and ready and everything. Very well done. So this one has a little bit of cleaning I gotta do. Very small, minor bits of cleaning. So you can tell there's a little bit of casting on there. No big deal, I can get all that off. But yeah, these resin kits, so not too shabby. Just looked online today. These Type 97 Chihas, you can pick them up on either from Warlord Games or from Amazon. I think on Amazon they run about $32 American USD. So. Okay, so I have my AT gun. I have one medium machine gun, a little worse for wear. I have this accessory pack, which has my other medium machine gun, my hatch cover, and my spotlight. It is definitely missing both rudders. You guys can see that. I do have both props. And just to show, here's my baggie. Show it. The only thing in here is the commander's head. So, again, human error, not a big deal. I'm not that upset. I'm pretty sure Warlord Games is chill enough where if you send them an email and like send a pictures like, hey, I didn't get these rudders, I'm guaranteed they'll probably send it right back out to you. I said, no big deal. When I put 2 orders into them the other day, when I got my 3rd edition rulebook and I got some other stuff, they were nice enough to throw in some free models on a sprue for me, loose. And what's cool is from what I hear from other people is, that can happen, but what I hear from a lot of other people is they put in sprue from different games, like, oh, hey, well, here, try Pike and Shot, or hey, try Epic Scale American Civil War. Which is kind of cool and all, but for me, they actually included bolt action bits, which is really cool. I actually got 2, I want to say they're Panzer Grenadiers, so super useful for me. I was like, wow, that's really cool. Alright, just cleaning up little bits of the resin tank here and there. Alright, let's put the treads on, and we'll assemble the turret. Put all the guns on and put the props on, and then we'll be good to go. This tank should be pretty fast. So I'm doing the left side, the left track now. I'll show you on the right side how it lines up. There's actually a hole on the chassis that corresponds, like a female end, that corresponds to the male end on the actual treads. And you just put down your glue and it goes right in there, and you just hold it until it works. All right, there we go. We have our left tracks on. I know what you're thinking, like, hey, this looks, bigger or almost as big as a Chiha. It is definitely squattier, almost more, it kind of looked like a turtle. You also gotta remember it's supposed to be buoyant as well, so you can't have a very small, cylinder frame. You need large surface area, with a lot of air on the inside for the buoyancy, and also you need the pontoons fore and aft. Alright, so here you can see there's that hole on the inside, and for the tracks, it literally says Ka Mi R for right side, and then there you have your male side. Yeah, so far, no complaints. Great kit. I mean, kind of sad my rudders are missing, but I guarantee I would have broke those anyway, so I'm not even stressing. Plus, I got those awesome free sprue. It's not too unique to me. I'm pretty sure anyone orders from World War Games, you order enough that you only throw that stuff in for free, which is awesome of them. So yeah, not even stressed about the rudders, but it is safe to say it wasn't in the kit. No big deals. Not a very common kit, I'm assuming. There we go. So we know what it's supposed to look like when we're working on it. Alright, now let's cut out the... Alright, so I have the AT gun clipped out. I'm giving it a nice quick little wash. Actually drying it right now. I'll put that in the front of the turret. Then we'll probably do the turret hatch. Then we'll do the coax. This actually has a coaxial machine gun and also a bow machine gun. Then we'll do our little spotlight, and that'll be that. Oh, and the propellers. Forgot about the propellers. Forgot about propellers. Might be a long float or a long swim without propellers. What's funny, a fun detail, this is actually one of the few models that's for the Imperial Japanese that is actually dictated as the middle to late war. Usually most of the Imperial Japanese Army, Imperial Japanese Navy models you can take, are early, mid, late. That's one of the benefits of playing the Imperial Japanese Army and Imperial Japanese Navy in bolt action Conflikt 47. Well, Conflikt 47 doesn't matter because it's 1947. But in bolt action, you have to worry about early, mid, or late war. The Imperial Japanese generally had a lot of the similar equipment from the 30s on. Every now and then, a few upgrades, a few changes, but for the most part, this is one of those few units that's definitely classified as mid to late war, so that's kind of cool. Just clean up a little bit of resin on the turret before I put the AT gun in. Yeah, exactly. It's a hug. Look. This is probably the only tank that's ever actually invaded Bikini Bottom. So as far as the paint style for my Imperial Japanese Navy, my Special Naval Landing Force, they're not really going for camouflage. They're going for more, you know, shock and awe, loud, ostentatious style. So for their Ho-Ha, a Ho-Ha is the Imperial Japanese half-track. Mine is actually, it'll still have the rules as a Ho-Ha, and it'll still have the same machine gun placements and arcs of fire as a Ho-Ha, but it's actually going to be a stolen, you know, American M3 half-track, and it's going to be painted, you know, gray with the same paint scheme as my Kami. And so what's going to make these ones unique is, if you look here, what I'm going to do is on the back, probably right here, I'm going to put like a large red dot. You know, that's the way aircraft can kind of tell, you know, that it's a friendly aircraft, you know. But I think here on the sides, what I'm going to do, it's very similar to this. I'm going to do a large rising sun right here on the side. If you remember playing Street Fighter 2 way back in the day, you know, you're on the different, I think it was Honda stage at the onsen or the spa or steam room, whatever you want to call it. They have that giant, you know, rising sun mural in the background. That's kind of the style I'm going to go for. I'm going to have the same thing on the side of the half track too. So. Hey, how's it going? How's it going, Steven? Yeah, you caught me building tanks. We built another Chiha, and right now we're working on a Kami swimming tank. So yeah, the Allies were able to perfect the DD for the Shermans for Normandy, but actually one of the first Allied swimming tanks was the Mighty Tetrarch. Not only could it go in gliders, but it was actually one of the first ones that they got to work with the flotation devices. It pioneered the whole DD float system before they used it on the Shermans in Normandy. I want to say that was Operation Ironclad, when the British Royal Navy and Commonwealth forces took on the VC French and the Imperial Japanese Navy at Madagascar. Exactly. Yeah, 100%. So it's funny you say that. I actually plan on putting, actually, let me see how the scale's looking. Now that I have the tank out, let me see how the scale is looking. Oh yeah. Yep. We're gonna be able to put our surfboards. Yeah, so this is gonna be my quote-unquote surf ninjas. So we're definitely gonna have a surfboard on our swimming tank, and I think on our half track we'll have like 2 surfboards up on racks. You have no idea how hard it was to find quote-unquote 28mm surfboards. Probably one of the hardest things I think I've ever had to try and find. Yeah, so my Imperial Japanese Army is my Tiki Terrors. For you guys who know the lore, I have like songs out there, you know, for my army that I make on an AI system. It's kind of fun, you know, write my own lore because it's Konflikt 47. But for my Imperial Japanese Navy, they're gonna be my surf ninjas. I'm just neatening up. I'm kind of doing it off camera. What I am is there's a little bit of excess resin goo on the inside of the turret. I want to make sure the turret's able to spin free. So I'm just kind of cleaning up the turret before I, Charlie, don't serve. That was the Vietnamese communist, but yeah, same sentiment. What's going on, Weird World War II, man? I haven't seen you in a hot minute, brother. What's going on? Let me move my my placard. We have been mass producing Japanese tanks, getting ready for 3rd edition of Bolt Action. So I'm actually building a list that has up to 8 tanks. So I have been busy. I don't even know. I was able to find those ones. They came with like a little surf hut. I think it was meant for like a pixie garden kind of thing. I don't know. But I took online. It looked like it might be the right scale, and I took a risk. I think it was like a couple bucks. And ended up being a good enough scale, so I'm not even sure. Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, that hurricane was no joke. They're just now picking up the debris. I spent like a week clearing fallen trees and other debris from my yard and around my house, doing minor repairs here and there. But no, luckily me and the spouse were all right. Things are good for us, so we're the lucky ones. We know that, and I'm very happy and very fortunate. Alright, there we go. I think I cleaned up the turret enough where it'll fit. Yep, if it sits, it fits. Nice. Alright, yep, cleared up all that resin. So that's the only thing with resin, you know, you gotta make sure you kind of clean it, you know, so it fits real well. Alright, we got the AT gun. Yeah, these things did not have a very heavy caliber. It's a very similar gun to the Hago. A very small, low velocity anti-tank gun. So in the rules for Bolt Action, it's a light AT gun. Very, very small. Alright, so like I said, unlike our, let me move this commie we're working on to the side. So unlike our Chi halls we've been working on, these all have the rear-facing mini machine guns. The commie does not. The commie actually does have a coaxial machine gun, or coaxial machine gun, and also still has its bow gun. Let's go ahead and get those put in before I lose them. This is a very real possibility. We will do the coaxial first. Yes, it is. It is very hard to find any documentation about the Imperial Japanese military. And a lot of that's for a very interesting reason. If you've never looked up it without getting political, you know, this is all historical, so before anyone freaks out. You never heard of Unit 731? I highly recommend you investigate it on your own. Take that deep dive, take that tumble down the rabbit hole, and see where it leads you. There's a reason a lot of documentation, not just TO&Es, but other stuff, is missing from Imperial Japanese records. Oh my, these coaxial machine guns are actually not very fun to put in. They're a little finicky. Give me a minute here. I'm finessing with this machine gun here. There we go. I think I finally got it in the spot. Not yet. I'm super behind in my YouTube watching. There's a couple other channels I'm behind in watching. But I am trying to catch up. Like I didn't have power for a little while. But I am slowly catching up. I'm looking forward to... I want to see your Chinese power armor. I want to see what they do. That's kind of cool. I'd love to see the Chinese take on it. Or your take on the Chinese take on power armor. Yeah, so it's interesting. One of the interesting things that will take you on a side lead down to Unit 731 with the Imperial Japanese is when you're building the Imperial Japanese models, you'll notice, unlike the Marine Corps or maybe Merrill's Marauders or some of the other, or the Chindents or any other jungle fighting units available for bolt action, you'll notice all the other units have multiple canteens. So something you'll notice is the Imperial Japanese units only have one canteen. I was like, that's just kind of weird. Maybe they just didn't care. When you actually do find TO&Es for the Imperial Japanese Army and Navy, particularly the Army, what you'll do is you will find a very, very, very large unit known as Water Purification and Research. So the Water Purification and Research is the cover name, or one of the cover names, one of the legitimate entities that Unit 731 operated inside of and under, but they actually did also do water treatment, and they pioneered iodine and other water treatment tablets. So that's why Imperial Japanese Army units were able to spread out so quickly through Oceania on all these different islands and purify their water. I mean, they still got malaria and they still died of sickness just like Allied forces did, but they had a huge, massive leg up on water purification, which is not something I rarely hear ever talked about. But yeah, Unit 731 was also inside of the water purification unit as far as when it comes to TO&E and force organization charts. Very, very interesting. So that's why you see them with just one canteen. There we go. We got our nice coaxial machine gun. Man, was that a pain in the ass. Yes. So if you look up a Type 94, so the armored cars / tankettes for the Imperial Japanese are very interesting. We all know I love my Type 92. It's a tankette, but realistically it's just a female tank, meaning it has machine guns instead of cannons. Another interesting armored car / tankette that's mislabeled is the Type 94. So the Type 94 tankette, it's actually an armored tractor, which is a really cool design. So what it was is it's a straight up armored tractor that would pull behind it a trailer. Now this trailer could carry fuel. It could be like a storage trailer to carry supplies. It could carry troops. It could carry, wounded troops to the back. It was an armored tractor. Really cool design. But then the water purification got a hold of it, the Unit 731, and they created that into so they had a flame tank variant. They also had a chemical weapon. They had a water purification variant, but then they also had an actual legitimate chemical weapon variant of a Type 94 trailer. So if you ever played the GOLA in 0 Hour, the Toxin trailer, that was legitimately an Imperial Japanese vehicle, except it was armored and on tracks. Yeah, yes it did. There's a lot of biological warfare. Something not a lot of people know about. They were developing, how Americans were working on the Manhattan Project. The Germans had their own wonder weapons. They were working on heavy water, amongst other things. The Japanese actually had their own wonder weapon. They were working on a anthrax and other infectious diseases. They actually had a flea bomb, which they used in China very effectively. That was absolutely terrifying. They had infected fleas. I believe they'd put in rats, and they'd load that in the bombs. When they drop it, the rats would hit the ground. The fleas would scatter from the dead rats and then infect all the clothing and stuff like that. Absolutely brutally effective, sadly. But what a lot of people don't know, super interesting, take me down a rabbit hole. So if you, shameless plug. If you watch my Konflikt 47 lore video, the one involving the early history of the Far East, Asia, it'll talk about the Japanese I-400 submarines. So the I-400 submarines were some of the largest built at the time. What made them unique is they were submarine aircraft carriers. They actually contained 3 float planes. They contained 3 float planes inside an internal hangar in the submarine. So when you look at that as a weapon, you can't really commit a whole nother Pearl Harbor with just a couple. Even if you send a fleet of 4 submarines, that's still only like 12 aircraft. You're not going to do much. And so they realized they couldn't close the Panama Canal. They tried firebombing California. It didn't take. It worked a little bit, but not as much as they wanted. So they realized if you only have so many planes, you have to make your munitions worth it. They didn't have They didn't know what atomic weaponry was at the time. So they were leaning towards a biological weapon. They were actually developed. Luckily, I say luckily. But Yamamoto was killed. We knew the Japanese naval code. We broke it, and we caught a radio transmission that he was being escorted on a plane with a light escort. We thought it was a trap, but we sent fighters up anyways. Turns out it was real. Shot him down. He died, and he was kind of the linchpin holding the army and the navy together for the Imperials, and it just crumbled. So luckily for us, one of the many programs that crumbled was the Unit 731 chemical and biological weapons side of the I-400 submarine program. So they still got the I-400s ready. One of them got turned into a tanker. But they sent a couple I-400s over towards the Panama Canal to bomb it. And when they were about midway is when atomic weaponry was used twice on the mainland, and then Imperial Japan did their unconditional surrender. So literally both I-400s popped right up and the US took them over. The US talked to the Soviets and said, hey, no one should have this technology, and allegedly the United States scuttled both I-400 submarines that they captured. There is pictures of one I-400 being scuttled. Nobody knows what happened to the other one, though. And then a few years down the line, we developed guided missile submarines, which is an evolution of a submarine carrier. Interesting little tidbit of history I kind of take you guys on. Yeah, I believe there's 3 I-400s that were finished. 2 were actual I-400s as they intended with their aircraft, and 1 was converted right at the end into a underwater tanker meant to refuel the other 2 I-400s. Yeah, underwater carrier. It's not the future. It legitimately happened in World War II. There's a lot of amazing. If you're like an engineering person, a lot of amazing engineering went to getting the I-400 to work. They were fully operational. One of the hardest things was actually getting the aircraft to operate. So the problem is, if you're not familiar with that type of aircraft, you generally have to start them. You can't just get into the plane, turn the key, and take off, right? You got to warm up the engine, especially the oil and all the other stuff. You got to let it run for a while. Well, if you're underwater and you start a internal combustion engine, where's all that carbon monoxide going to go? You know, is it going to go inside the hangar where your pilots have oxygen tanks that won't last long enough? Someone's going to die. So the way the Imperial Japanese Navy got around it, actually a very, very intelligent design system, is they preheated the oil for the aircraft. So they had a preheater that would just heat the oil and keep it very, 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 what's the term I'm using for? Very, very fluid. It was very viscous, you know, so it's very, 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 very fluid. They preheat the oil. And so by the time it came time to crank start the aircraft, they didn't have to run for very long. They could literally surface, start the aircraft, open the hangar doors, and they could actually launch the aircraft. They didn't have to prime them as long, which would have turned to carbon monoxide poisoning for the crew. I've never seen a flak U-boat. That is phenomenal. Oh, that's really cool. I want to see that. I'll have to look that up. I'm just trimming some of the casting off this machine gun before I put it in the bow. I say the bow gunner spot. Yeah, the I-4. Yeah, I said you look up the Unit 731 water purification, the I-400. Yeah, you will take a tumble like Alice down a rabbit hole you didn't even know was there. You will probably not like the ending. Spoiler alert, so be careful. Careful what you look up, you're not going to like it. You won't like what happened, and you definitely won't like how it ended. But it is interesting. There's some stuff that looks like it belongs to Konflikt 47 or Weird War, but the stuff that was actually real, like the flying pancake was a real plane. I think it holds the record as like one of the slowest flying aircraft. Very unique design. What's some other weird stuff? Oh, fun, interesting thing about I know Weird War here looking up World War II Imperial Japanese history. One of the cool things I was having to talk about this with some guys after the stream yesterday. Was we were talking about what happened in France, what was known at the time, before anyone freaks out, I'm using terms of the time period, what was known as French Indochina. So this would be the Orient, so this is like Laos, modern day Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, stuff like that. So after World War II, you know, communism started spreading, those places started kicking off, and this is before the French Foreign Legion had to go in and kind of lost. So this is right after World War II, the only army strong enough in the area to kind of corral the very upset populace and rapidly going communist populace was the British Commonwealth. The problem was the British were too far spread. They had tons of stuff at, they had forces in India. India might be going into a rebellion. Imperial Japan tried to help with that. All sorts of stuff, right? So the British Commonwealth's like, America, you gotta step in. We don't have the forces. America's like, step in, hell. This is VE Day, VJ Day. Man, we're done. We are rebuilding Japan. We are not gonna get involved, in what at that time is known as French Indochina. And so they're sitting there like, well, what are we gonna do? There's just not enough troops. And they're sitting there, and they're looking at the former Imperial Japanese troops. They're like, wait a minute. So why don't we just take these enemy prisoners of war, change the names so they're not enemy prisoners of war, and literally just turn them all over to the British Commonwealth? So they took, I think it was about a battalion at least, about a battalion of Japanese prisoners of war, turned them fully over to the British Commonwealth, who took them and turned them basically to a penal legion. And they gave them all their weapons back and be like, hey, you listen, you follow British officers, you commit any war crimes, you will be executed, that whole thing. And they turned them right back to policing, at that time, what was termed as French Indochina, which scared the absolute shit out of the local populace of Cambodians, Laotians, and Vietnamese, because, spoiler alert, the Imperial Japanese had already been there a couple years prior, and it was not very polite. But now you had the discipline of former Imperial Japanese soldiers, but, less war crimes. I won't say no war crimes, but less war crimes because they were under the command of the British at the time. But you had Japanese soldiers, because they're no longer Imperial, you had Japanese soldiers under the command of British officers right at the end of World War II. It's a very interesting point in history, and they were very, very, very brutally effective. Morality or ethics, you'll have to determine on your own, but they were effective. So another fun little interesting very interesting. People think at the end of World War II, everyone came home, like, kissed a nurse, had a baby, and got a 9-to-5 job, and that's it. No. That's not how that works. Alright, just cutting off some of our last metal pieces. We still have to add our turret hatch cover. I'm not going to put a commander sticking out the top just because it's a swimming tank, so I want it kind of watertight, or at least looking watertight. We're going to put our props on the back, we'll put our spotlight on, and this tank will be done, sir, done. And we have plenty of time to work on the Hago Faux Show. Yeah, without, like I said, this could ruin everything. Hopefully no one's bothered. Without getting political about it, I promise this is just, it's not my opinion, it's what was said by the Imperial Japanese at the time. And when you say it out loud, you're like, I see what they were thinking, but obviously this isn't the way you go about it. When people started getting upset, because you have to remember, World War II didn't just pop off. There's things leading before it. Even before Archduke Ferdinand caught that, bullet to the dome piece, riding around in his convertible like a G. Before he got Tupac'd, there was some other shit brewing off. You had the Boxer Rebellion and some other stuff. Like, there's a lot of things going on. And at the time, Imperial Japan had just beat the fuck out of, at the time, what was the Tsardom of Russia. So, they claimed a few islands on there. And they're looking at Manchuria, because what we know as the People's Republic of China, to be fair, to use a proper term, or we'll say mainland China, what we know now as mainland China, at that time was it was chopped up into different things. You had Manchuria, Mongolia, a bunch of other places, right? So at the time, and again, I'm not defending it, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, so don't freak out, But at the time, the Imperial Japanese doctrine or whatever was, they looked around the world and they saw, you know, America having territories in the Philippines at the time, you know, in Cuba and other places, and like in Hawaii, because remember, Hawaii's not a state yet. So like, okay, so you have territories across the water. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You know, you went there, you won it from the Spanish. Okay, cool. That's fine. Okay. And they look at the British Commonwealth. They're like, you have colonies where? Holy shit. Okay, yeah, I get that. That's fine. Okay, cool. They look at Germany and Italy, you know, who have colonies down in Africa. They're like, okay, cool. And so they turned the whole world like, hey, so if we're like doing this whole imperialism and colonizing stuff, like, why can't, you know, East Asia be colonized by an Asian power instead of a Western power? And no one really said anything. So Imperial Japan's like, all right, we're just gonna start taking shit. You know, then boom, you have the Spanish Civil War, the Condor Legion, and then everyone knows how the start of World War II started. You know, non-aggression pact between the German government at the time, the Imperial Japanese, and the Italian government at the time, and you had the formation of the Axis powers. But yeah, that was their whole statement. It's like, hey, if everyone else is taking colonies, like, we're gonna take colonies too. Like, why can't an Asian country take Asian colonies in Asia? And everyone's like, no. Which is funny because right after the war, all the Western powers are scrambling over their former colonies, and at the time, what is called French Indochina. As you guys can tell, I like discussing history, but I try and stay as apolitical and respectful as possible. And if I use antiquated terms, like if I say Burma, it's no disrespect to Myanmar, or Myanmar, I think it's Myanmar. No disrespect to the nation or the country, anyone from there. It's just using the terms that were used at the time. And that was the problem. Yeah, it was oh man, you guys are gonna eat me alive for mispronouncing this. Ouroboros, I want to say, like the snake kind of eating itself. So that was the problem, as they acquired territory to get the resources to keep up their industry, but then they had to acquire more and more as a never-ending thing. But a lot of people don't understand the Dutch at the time was referred to as the Dutch East Indies, was a massive resource gold mine, except not gold, but more importantly had much more important things such as oil and rubber, the two things you desperately needed in the mid 1900s, even now. So yeah, that's why they came in steaming hot for those Dutch, at the time what was referred to as the Dutch East Indies. So the cool thing about these tanks, I do want to tell you guys how these tanks are supposed to work. Now, to be fair, there's no documentation, right? So there's no documented evidence of this ever actually happening, right? But the design of this tank was that it could fit on the front of Japanese submarines. So there's something called the Tokyo Express. What was termed the Tokyo Express during World War II was the Imperial Japanese Navy's amazing logistical ability of being able to navigate at night and reinforce and drop off supplies for surrounded or beleaguered forces under or without detection from Allied naval forces. Very impressive how they're able to do it. You know, yes, they're an adversary, but it's still navigating at night is not easy. You know, the New Zealand Navy just sunk an underwater survey vessel on a reef in broad daylight. So yes, without that technology, they're still able to navigate at night on islands and reinforce them. So yes, it's impressive. Anyways, so these tanks were made to where they could actually fit on the front of Japanese submarines. So what happened is, let's say Allied forces land on a small island, we'll call it Palau Palau, some random island. You know, this isn't Palau, this is a random island called Palau Palau. So let's say Allies land on the island of Palau Palau. It's a very, brutal battle. They take about 1,000 casualties. They defeat about, we'll say, 2,500 Imperial Japanese army who were stationed there. And then they set up their foxholes, they set up all their stuff, and they go to sleep at night with a skeleton watch, because they've combed the whole island. There's still some tunnels they have to go through and clear, so you know there's going to be like at least another 500 in the tunnels who are going to fight to the death. But they're like, all right, we'll go to sleep and we'll deal with that shit in the morning. So as they go to sleep with a minimum watch, the Tokyo Express would reinforce and drop off more troops by like little dinghy boats and stuff like that. And now with these tanks, these subs could literally swim right up, detach these, and these tanks could literally just swim right to shore. So in the morning when the Allies would wake up, the island's been reinforced, not just with supplies and troops, but now there's tanks. On an island, there weren't any more tanks. You know, you'd already moved all your anti-tank weaponry. You'd already pulled all your AT guns back. You'd moved all your bazookas and anti-tank weapons back. So now out of nowhere, on an island you had conquered, all that was left was tiny little spider hole caves. There's now some Kami tanks running around that were delivered by submarine. Oh yeah. The IJN was notorious for not protecting their merchant vessels. Oh Jesus. U.S. submarines in the Pacific were basically just pirates. Everyone's like, oh, look at the wolf pack and the German U-boats. And they were effective. Don't get me wrong. They were damn near I wouldn't say gentlemen, but they were very ruthlessly effective. But the Allied version of submarines was just like, hey, almost like a letter of marque. It's like, hey man, just go nuts. Just start sinking shit. We don't give it. Just don't shoot one of ours. Just go ham. And they did. All right, let's put this up in jib and let's put this hatch on. Yes. I was talking about the Battle of Luzon. Yeah, the Battle of Manila was almost not textbook, but a very, very good case study in urban warfare in World War II environment. And we were talking about that earlier, Weird War. We were talking about the rear-facing machine guns on these tanks and how they're originally used for flak defense, you know, in convoys from aircraft attacking them, but also became extremely useful in battles like Luzon and Battle of Manila and Singapore, battles inside urban areas. Because whenever you have infantry trying to surround a vehicle, hit it with improvised anti-tank weapons, or firing down from roofs, these rear-facing machine guns with great searching and traversing capability were able to just nail infantry on rooftops, windows. You know, they were able to provide almost a 360 security for each tank. A rear-facing machine gun sounds dumb and outdated, and it is, don't get me wrong, but in an urban environment, granted where a tank's not supposed to be, but Imperial Japan had very small, light tanks that could get by in an urban environment, kind of like the Stuart could. With rear-facing machine guns, they were able to really be effective. It's quite interesting. So it's one of those things where obviously I'm biased and I'm building a shit ton of them, you know, and I have a great interest in light tanks. It's one of my favorite types of things to research. A lot of people are like, oh, Imperial Japanese tanks, they were a joke compared to American Shermans, and yeah, because they were designed mostly in the 30s and 40s. Any of the better tanks were kept on the mainland, but at the time, the light tanks they had their own advantage in the jungle and in the city. They went a lot of places that Shermans couldn't go, which is pretty effective. And this one right here, this Kami, this is the first actual mass-produced swimming tank. You know, it didn't have to have DD flotation to be modified like the Sherman or the Tetrarch before it. You know, it came right out the factory, you know, ready to swim. Yeah, and these tanks, these Imperial Japanese tanks were light enough to be carried by, those of you who are train fans out there know that Japanese, even to this day, Japanese rail is a little thinner, smaller than, European or North or South American rail. But these tanks were very small so that they could be carried on Imperial Japanese rail systems, and also they could be loaded into landing craft. And like I said, the cool thing, the Kami can be loaded onto a submarine and launched off a submarine. It's absolutely insane. So if used correctly, light tanks have their place, but you have to know how to use them correctly, because if you use them incorrectly, it'll be a bloodbath. We learned that with the Sheridan in Vietnam, hey, let's not send them in the jungle against people with RPGs, with their aluminum armor. It's probably not going to go well. But then we used them because it's an airborne tank. You literally kicked them out the back of a C-17 or C-130. So they were the first tanks on scene when Desert Shield became Desert Storm. And when these Sheridans, which aren't even really tanks, they're just armored reconnaissance vehicles, came up across, main battle tank, T-72 main battle tanks, the Sheridans had, anti-tank guided missiles they could launch out of their own cannons called shillelaghs. And they were just racking up first round kills against T-72s. So it was absolutely, everyone's just like, what the shit are those? And it was the last charge of the Sheridans. After that, the Sheridans were taken out of service. Mostly used as like Op-4 vehicles and converted to look like Soviet tanks. But that was the last real big combat push of the Sheridans, was Desert Storm, and they were getting some serious first round kills. They definitely got their money's worth. Yeah, the Sheridan is very interesting. Not even a light tank; it's a armored airborne reconnaissance vehicle, I believe, AARV. Another interesting case study, and unique armored vehicles, I guess. But I am a huge fan of World War II of Tetrarchs. I thought Tetrarchs were really cool. Yes, they were. They weren't as problematic as the typical actual shot. So they had a caseless ammo that fired out of it, and the powder always got loose, and it was electronically primed, so the powder just kept getting everywhere inside the turret. So when they finally fired one off, it like lit the whole turret up. Yeah, but the Sheridans did also have a beehive round, which is pretty cool. So it's basically like a 152 millimeter shotgun shell full of flechettes. That thing was absolutely nasty, especially in the jungle. But yeah, Tetrarchs were a super cool tank. I want to say they still have one at the Bovington Tank Museum. They actually have it in the glider that was transported in. So I was talking earlier about Tetrarchs when we were talking about swimming tanks. So the Tetrarch was the first Allied tank that I'm aware of, and I could be wrong. There's always a chance I could be wrong. It was one of the first Allied tanks that they tested the DD program on, the actual flotation and swimming things on. It was actually on the Tetrarch. They tested on the Tetrarch first before they refined it for the Sherman for Normandy. And one of my favorite battles in World War II, at least to research, something that is absolutely interesting, is look up Operation Ironclad. You had the British Royal Navy plus British Commonwealth forces. I want to say it was South Africans who were loyal to the crown at the time. And they were going up against the VC French, who were in Madagascar, and they supposedly had Imperial Japanese naval support. there was one submarine with a float plane. As soon as they saw the Royal Navy came in, the Imperial Japanese were like, nah, fuck that, we're out. You guys are on your own. And so they actually used Tetrarchs with DD flotation devices and landed them, you know, and practiced and landing armor amphibiously on a beach. They practiced an Operation Ironclad so that way Operation Overlord could go successfully. Well, yeah, the locust and the Chaffee came in pretty late in the war. Speaking of light tanks, one of my favorite things is oh, by the way, guys, we have just about finished the Kami. We have our turret, the light AT gun. You have your coax medium machine gun, and your bow medium machine gun. Now we've got to put in our props, and this tank will be done. But another interesting light tank is the how the Stuart became, you know, there wasn't a lot of use for it in Europe. Like, what are we going to do with all these? So the Marine Corps was like, hey, we'll take them. They're not enough to punch their Imperial Japanese armor, but we can put a flamethrower on them. And when you've seen an M3 Satan, it's a Stuart with a flamethrower on it. It is absolutely awesome. Super cool design. Alright, just cleaning up our props now, and that'll be this tank done, and we'll hop right over to the Ha-Go. Should have just enough time to finish it, hopefully. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that most of them being diesel. So I was talking about that. One of the things that the Imperial Japanese Army figured out pretty quick, and the rest of the world, that one of the few times they were kind of ahead, is, you know, they were way behind on tank design. They had to buy the old like Renault and like the Vickers and stuff like that, trying to figure out like what tanks to make, you know, after they saw what happened in World War One. So the Japanese were experimenting. They were working on a Type 89 Otso tank. And they used gasoline like everybody else, and the tank caught fire, and I think it either killed or almost killed the crewman inside. So the Imperial Japanese were like, nope, fuck that, nope, we're swapping to diesel. And so they swapped all their tanks, you know, starting with the Type 89 going on, you know, to Type 95 and all the other ones. They're all diesel. All their tanks are diesel. And the rest of the world's like, huh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, let's use diesel tanks. And I was to say, this is my first time putting props on a tank. Props to Warlord Games for including this detail. If you're interested in amphibious vehicles, again, without getting political or too modern day, I try and keep it about World War II, or keep it weird, as weird World War II would say. Try and keep it on topic. But if you like amphibious vehicles, if you keep watching in the news, you're going to see a lot more development of amphibious, APCs, IFVs, tanks. You're going to see a lot more float planes and flying boats are going to make a comeback. So it's actually, we live in a kind of an interesting time. You're going to see a lot of those designs kind of come back here in a couple of years, which is pretty interesting. All right, here we go. Nice. I think it actually turned out pretty well. Look at that. We have props. We are propeller powered. Not bad. Alright, let's get cracking on the Hago. Let's see what we can do with the Hago. Imagine the Hago might be a little bit easier to build than the Kami. We got our nice unit card, always classy. Instructions about building resin and metal kits. So when you see the price of Warlord game tanks, they can be expensive. Like I said, I think I paid $30 US for a Hago, and it's also $30 for a Chiha. So you're like, why the hell would you pay for a Hago? I like Hagos. But secondly, the Hago is all resin. And the cool thing is it still does come with an order die. I love that fact. It's one of my favorite facts. So the order die is going to be kind of expensive. And the white and red ones are, for the Japanese, or Imperial Japanese, are surprisingly hard to find sometimes. Alright, we got our metal bits. Looks like we got a commander, a hatch, a turret. Looks like we got a muffler, possibly the AT cannon. Shout out to Voss. He's the guy who packed our thing. I always like kind of giving those guys shout outs, makes me smile. Alright, yeah, here's how small the turret is in the Hago. So remember the Type 95 Hago, it is the light tank, no mistake about it. This is 100% a 3-person tank, and you had to be of small stature to be kind of a tanker for this tank. You know, there are no 6'1", Cossack Russians running around in these tanks. So you had a driver on this side, you had a bow gunner slash radio man if it was later in the war if they actually had the technology, or more likely signalman with flags. And then up here in the turret was actually the gunner, who was also the tank commander. So you had the mini machine gun in the back, you had the cannon in the front, and you had one person, so you better choose which one you're using. I have a picture of me sitting right next to one of these tanks. These tanks are absolutely tiny. Probably one of the tiniest quote-unquote real tanks that I could think of. Everything else is like not counting little cockroach, little TK tanks, those just have autocannons. This legitimately had an anti-tank gun. Granted, it was very small, but you can see in relation to how that guy's thinking about the turret. how absolutely tiny these things are. Yeah, yeah, weird. I plan on going back to my home state of Texas. Hopefully in the future. I want to visit some of the museums where I get a chance to visit. I think probably around College Station or Fredericksburg. I think there's some pretty good Pacific World War II museums there, and I think they do like some actual reenactments and stuff like that. Rumor is there's a Hago out there, and I'm trying to take pictures of all the Hagos I can find. I already got my Hawaiian one knocked out, and there's one up in Indiana I'm trying to grab. But the interesting thing is these tanks are super. The Hago is extremely simple. I think there's one or two still running. They have one at Bovington, I want to say. Well, the one they have at Bovington is sealed because it has asbestos in it for fire retardant, so they don't open it anymore. But when they do the tank show, somebody brought an actual functional Hago, and it's just a simple diesel engine, and that thing will just run. Very simple vehicle to work on, nothing too crazy. It's like the opposite of a Panther or a Tiger. There's absolutely nothing complex about it. Yeah, I was wondering if it's actually, because I know Nimitz is from there. I was wondering if it was the Nimitz Museum or if they had a separate one, but yeah. Alright, let me start cleaning up this resin. I gotta go see the USS Texas in her new berth down in Galveston. Oh, sorry, I meant to mute that before I did my heavy-duty snipping. Oh yeah, no, I grew up going to the Texas and the Lexington. I even did a live on board in the Lexington and spent the night in Lexington. Spoiler: that carrier is fucking haunted. I'm telling you right now, that carrier is haunted. Seen a ghost, would not sleep there again. Not even if you paid me. That ship is haunted as fuck. Not even a debate if ghosts are real or if all this stuff. No, ghosts are real, and that ship is haunted. I'm telling you that right now. Take it to the bank. The Lexington is haunted as shit. It's not just spooky old ships. Before I went in the military, I sailed on commercial vessels. You know, everything from tankers to container ships. You know, I've even done a little trick on an old Victory ship, not a Liberty, but a Victory ship. Like, I've been around old ships. The Lexington is haunted. It has nothing to do with it just being like an old spooky ship. No, that shit is legitimately haunted, 100%. Yeah, no doubt, man. I'll definitely give you a shot next time I'm in Old Tejas. in between, you know, drinking Shiner Bock and chasing down Kalachi's. I'll see if I can make time for some gaming. Haunted Tank, man, that takes me back. That's some old school comic stuff. That's great. So I do plan on making kind of like Nick Fury and the Howling Commandos with the Paragon units. So that'll be kind of cool. But I'm probably gonna do like my own version. Like I'll still have the Howling Commandos, but I'm probably gonna have like my own version of Avengers. But it's gonna be very pulpy. So it's gonna be like the O'Connells from like the Mummies. It'll be Indiana Jones. It'll probably be like the Phantom, the Rocketeer, stuff like that. I'll kind of be like those all different characters in my Paragon army for the Americans for Conflikt 47. Alright, so that's what I've been doing is I've been working on cleaning up this resin part right here. So the stream is probably going to go a little bit later than 4 hours. If you guys are okay with that, I'd like to absolutely finish this Hago. I don't want to leave it half built, so I'll probably stream until I finish this this tank. So it'll probably be a little bit after 6 a.m. Eastern, or a little bit past the 4 hours that I usually try and stream. Hopefully you guys are okay with that. If you're still tuning in, hey, please do. I think it's awesome. You know, ask any question you got down below. I'm loving this chit chat going on. It's great. We are basically, I made the joke earlier on the shift. It's like playing Command and Conquer. You know, red alert, traditional, generals doesn't matter. You know, like the War Factory. It's like building unit, unit complete. Building unit, unit complete. Building unit, unit complete. Insufficient funds. Very good question. Let me show you real quick. So, for my Imperial Japanese Army, I'm doing a very So I have two armies, Steven. I have my Tiki Terrors, which are my tropical IJA, and I have my Surf Ninjas, which are going to be my Special Naval Landing Force Imperial Japanese Navy. So for the Tiki Terrors, I do a very easy, simple to do green base with tufts of grass. And usually on like specialty ambush units or heavy units, I give like a little grass ghillie thing on their helmet. But yeah, so I'm doing a very... It's very jungle, just a simple green with a couple little bits of shrubbery on it. It doesn't look like much, but the reason why I do that is that will match most boards that I'll take these Imperial Japanese to. So even like a beach board, it's kind of not bad, kind of a grassy area past the beach. You know, even on a snowboard, it's like a little bit of grass, it kind of works, not really. The desert kind of hurts a little bit, but other than that, you know, any kind of French farmlands or jungle board, because jungle boards are generally a lot darker, the green works really well. So that's what it is for these guys. Now for my Special Naval Landing Force, they're gonna have probably a sand, so they're probably gonna have a beach base. Yeah, I've seen clear bases. I think they work pretty well. I kind of like basing my models now. I used to not like it, but now I'm kind of into it, so doesn't really bother me to base them. Yeah, that's true. I think clear bases I think work really good for flyers. So if you have, for Conflict 47, if you have your Firefly jump infantry, or your Parashuti, or your Falconi, or your Falcons, I think clear bases are great. Same thing if you want to use aircraft to show for your forward air observer, when he calls them aircraft, you want to have like a smaller scale aircraft on a clear base. I think that works great. So I would, at least for this, I like clear bases for aircraft or aerial units. Maybe even Noctiagers flying in the air. I think that's cool. But I generally don't use ground. I seen the idea. It makes sense. But I generally don't use clear bases on my ground forces. But I get why people do. No shame for those who do it. The sense of immersion is pretty legit. I probably will end up using clear bases with little bits of cotton ball fluff for my. So I plan on building my Firefly infantry as all Rocketeers, like from the movie Rocketeer. So that's how I plan. That's what my guys are gonna look like: the helmets, the jackets, everything. So I'll probably have them on clear bases. Yeah, it's weird because helicopters were definitely around in World War II. The Germans were supposed to use their... I'm not even going to try and pronounce it. Fuck that. They're supposed to use their helicopter when they went to go rescue Mussolini from the Carabinieri. When the... oh, Jesus, I'm getting tired. When the German airborne... the Fallschirmjäger. The Fallschirmjäger did the raid on the manor that the Carabinieri were protecting to try and free Mussolini. They were supposed to take the helicopter, but it kept crashing. Very reminiscent of what happened later on with the Americans, in Operation Eagle Claw, I want to say, in the Iranian hostage rescue. But, they're like, okay, no, fuck that, we'll use trucks and we'll use planes. But there is documentation. I want to say Americans used early helicopters, and this will be in, I want to say, Burma. It was still during World War II. It was the very end of World War II, well past VE Day, and it was in, I want to say Burma, and it was to airlift and resupply some of the commandos. I think it's Merrill Marauders or the Chindents, and pull out some rescue people. But there actually was a helicopter used in World War II. It was the Americans. But I could be wrong. Yeah, I knew it was called like the dragons or dragonflies, but it's like the German word for it. I was like, I'm not even gonna try. My German pronunciation is probably my worst, so I don't even try. You can hear it in my lore videos. In my lore videos, I try so hard to pronounce everything correctly out of respect, but oh my sweet Jesus, is it difficult. That's one of the reasons that trips me up so long on my lore videos. I have to look up each place I've never heard before and make sure I pronounce it correctly. And then there's like 3 different pronunciations. I'm like, I hate language so much. Nice. Alright, we trimmed our turret for our Hagos. We got that going. If you look at the body of this, you'd almost be like, is that a tank or an armored car? That's how small and thin the body of the Hago was. It's almost like taking a Vickers armored car and putting some tracks on that hoe. Like, these things are super thin. But unlike other tanks, these could easily be transported by Imperial Japanese rail system because it was a lot more narrow and smaller than European or American rail systems. Yes. So last episode, and I'm sticking to it. Last episode, if you look at the chat, is the last time I'll ever use that word. I'm gonna say recon. I'm a Yankee. I'm proud of being a Yank. I'm proud of being born here in the States. I use the term recon. I understand this book is written. Like most tabletop war games in the UK, I respect them and their delicious sausage rolls. However, I'm not saying that word again. It annoys me when I hear my voice say it. It annoys me. I'm sticking with recon. I don't. So the Hagos weren't technically really that fast, but they were faster than like the 89s they had before, and the 89s were bigger. But I want to say the Vickard armored cars. I think they're called. Ironic that they're called slow-mos. I think it's an IJA. I know the SNILFs, the Special Landing Force, use armored cars a lot, but I think it's called a Japanese slow-mo. It was a big ass armored car, but it actually had road wheels and rail wheels. So they could actually put them on the rail and use them to patrol the railways. It was super cool. Yes, I do say SNILF, by the way. It's exactly as it sounds. All right. So it took a while to clean that out. We got that cleaned out. That looks good. Do here. We got our treads. Oop, I gotta clean up some more of the treads. That's the thing with resins. You gotta wash it first, and then you just gotta kind of just clean it up a little bit. But I'm pretty happy with it. I think it's a pretty good cast. Yeah. When I say armored car, it's not like a little Vickers thing. No, this is like a big ass armored car. Ironically, it looks like the armored car you get like in your old green and tan plastic GI Joe setup, you know, the little army men. It looks like that big bastard. But it had road wheels and it had rail track wheels, so you could use it either on the road or you could use it on railroad tracks. So like, hey, I think I hear a train coming. Oh shit, nope, not a train. So it's not really a gun truck, but you might get a kick out of this. This is the tank we built yesterday on stream. I try to make all the commanders look a little bit different and give them a little bit of personality. So for this one, this was a German tank commander I got off a Panther kit. He has like one arm on his hip, you know, and the other one was missing. So I cut off his head, you know, French royalty style, swapped it with a samurai helmet, and instead of giving a pistol or an SMG, this guy legit gave a whole nother Type 96 light machine gun. You know, no bipod, bayonet attached. You know, it's kind of like the whole movie Fury, you know, where he has like a Stig 44 and stuff like that. You know, he's prepared for some stuff. This guy picked up an extra machine gun. So you have to remember in the Konflikt 47 world with like Knock the Jaegers and like jump jet infantry with you know, jetpacks and all sorts of stuff coming from the sky, he's like, nope, I'm packing an extra machine gun. It's like, Yoshi, what are you aiming at? Like, nope, there's shit in the sky. I'm not falling for that again. So it kind of cracks me up. It's kind of like, hey, sir, you're going to have to stop here. He's like, me and my machine gun think no. So I'm trying to build this whole, like, company of, or platoon of tanks, kind of like oddball Shermans. Like, that's why they haven't been fully built yet. I'm leaving a lot of the detail out, because each one's going to have its own kind of, like, theme and story to it. You know, like one's gonna have like a barrel sake on the back and kind of be like the recreational tank. You know, one's gonna be a supply tank. One's gonna be like a maintenance tank with a whole bunch of extra gears and bits and pieces all over it. You know, one will be more of a reconnaissance tank. You know, with extra binoculars and a little bit more foliage on it. Yeah, I like Kit Bash kind of giving things their own personalities. Steven, that sounds awesome, man. I say that people are like, we watched your stream, ask me no. What I need to do is, I always have my trucks, I like my moto surf, I like to put machine guns on my trucks and have like my officers running around in bolt action. But I need to get the Japanese trucks that have the twin barrel 20mm AA guns in the back. That's like 2 to 4 autocannon shots. I'm like, hey, that's actually pretty effective. It's always been great in Konflikt 47 when you're going up against like Shrek Wolf and werewolves or like werebears, the Ursus infantry, or zombies or heavy infantry. That extra punch of an autocannon or a light AT gun or light autocannon has been phenomenal. Super. So it's like AT rifles are so much more useful in Konflikt 47. So now I definitely need to get one of those kits. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about Konflikt 47, the reason why I'm excited personally for Konflikt 47 update, is for those who don't know, the Imperial Japanese do not have their lunch mines in Konflikt 47. So that hurts me a lot. That's always my preferred go-to AT style, are my lunch mines. Nothing says like, hello, I'd like to talk to you about your vehicle's extended warranty, like a shaped charge on a stick, you know? Alright boys, the Hago is coming together. Probably my favorite tank of all time. There are other tanks that I think have like cooler stuff about them. I don't know if that's just the aesthetic or what about this tank that I enjoy so much. But definitely probably my favorite tank of all time. Thoroughly enjoyed building this kit. It was so cool walking around one in person. The one in Hawaii is actually in really good shape. So on the plus side, I was saying this last stream, one of the yeah, I was actually thinking about putting for one of the Japanese tank commanders, giving him a lunge mine, basically like he's jousting with a lunge mine. I may still do that. That's actually pretty funny. I may just kind of cut it down and make it shorter. But one of the benefits of this hurricane response is I got a lot of extra wood, you know, for putting up around windows and other things in my house. So while I was there, I actually got some, you know, there wasn't, I guess some people were going to certain parts. But anyway, there's wood available. So I got a nice 6x4 cut. And this isn't just like particle wood either. I mean, this is like legit industrial strength plywood. So I painted both sides, and I think I'm actually going to set that up in my garage, and that'll allow me to start taping, like, not really Let's Plays, but like kind of like how to play. Actually legit see this army on a tabletop, so I'm pretty happy about that. Alright. So yes, this is how small, and again, these are all Warlord Games models. This is how much smaller a Type 95 Hago is to a Kami. Look at that. Look at the Chihas and look at the Hago. You can literally fit like a Hago on a truck. The Type 92 Tankette's even smaller than that. Yeah, I finally finished the 500 points of Cult of Imhotep, so I have 500 point demo army of Cult of Imhotep ready. And it looks like a lot of fun to play, so I'm pretty excited about that. I just had a, that is the, I think it's called the SIKI. It wasn't a tank, it was actually an engineering vehicle. But yeah, it had like 7 flamethrowers on it. Alright, so we have our muffler, our AT gun, and our 2 machine guns, and our officer body. Look at this, the muffler. The muffler is bigger, and the exhaust is bigger than the AT gun. Yeah, ironically, it was a mine clearer, and it could also lay bridges. It was an engineering vehicle, but it had a shit ton of flamethrowers on it. But the Type 94 Tankette, which was technically an armored tractor, it also had a flamethrower variant. It's like, yeah, we're having an armed protest. All right, sitting in an engineering vehicle. Why are you sitting in an engineer vehicle? Oh my god! No, 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 no! Wait, 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 wait! Alright, cut out our 2 machine guns, cut out our absolutely tiny AT gun. And instead of using this metal body, I think I'm going to use one of my plastic tank commanders from one of my numerous Chiha kits. And we'll just chop his head off and give him a samurai helmet. It makes sense to kind of give them a binocular guy, even though it's not a command tank, because it's kind of more of a smaller... You know, in a formation like this, you would use the Hago as more of a reconnaissance tank, or maybe like a repeater for orders. Or you use like the Ha-Go to escort the Type 92, which would definitely be a reconnaissance vehicle. Oh man. My bits box is like my mental health, just a giant box of a mess. Nothing makes sense. Only I know where everything is. You know, it's useful, it's a great thing. Not my mental health, but like my mental capacity, I guess. Like my memory. There you go, that's the term I'm looking for. See how bad it is? But it's like my memory. It's like a huge mess. Only I know where stuff is, you know. There's probably some cool stuff in there. But it's got way too much junk in it. There we go. Rescued the analogy there towards the end. Oh my god, I would lose my mind if I organized my... Okay, so I do keep the boxes, or if it's small enough, I'll keep it in bags. And I do keep them from the box they kind of came in. Or what I'll do is I'll cut, like, the title of the box, or I'll cut a picture of the box, and I'll put it in the bag with the bits. And I just have, like, a giant bag. I have a giant box, like a giant tackle box. Not only tackle, it's like a giant, like, toolbox filled with, like, gallon Ziploc bags. And they have, like, little pictures cut out from the boxes of the kits that they came in. So that's how I do it. Well, let me know on a scale of like 1 to Arkham, how crazy that is. I'm not sure if you do play Weird. This might be right up your alley. You play Gaslands? You seem like a kind of guy who would play Gaslands. I'm a big fan of it. I've even talked to Morty and Glory. He plays it. I feel like most people I know actually play Gaslands or have played it and enjoy it. To me, it'll always be the easiest and cheapest tabletop game to get into. And when it comes to bits, you know, it's all about trash basting. That's when your bits really come in handy. I think I used a lot of my bits box on all my, like, I have a lot of Gasland teams. Alright, so if you guys weren't noticing, so the exhaust system was bent. It was like all the way up here. So that's what I was doing off camera. I was like bending this exhaust system down so I could glue it. So yeah, the Ha-Gos only have one one muffler, one exhaust. The other side's the Pioneering kit. You know, you can see the box and the shovel and the... Which is funny, I love kit bashing, and to this day I've never built... Oh no, I built one orc model. Oh God, stop. No, I don't need another system. I'm getting rid of my systems. I'm actually probably officially pulling the plug on D&D. I've been running 5th edition. I've been doing 5th edition since it dropped, honestly. I enjoyed all my time in it. I have more good experiences than bad experiences, but I'm probably going to be officially done with D&D here for a little while. I still have my physical books, so I'll still run like family games and for close friends. But as far as like spending a lot of my time running online sessions, some of you know I do that, some of you don't know I do that. I'm a Tiki of many talents, I guess. Or supposed talents. But I'll probably be cutting that down, so that'll give me more time to do this nicely. I'm getting rid of a lot of my Fallout models. I still have my Gaslands. I still do Zona Alpha. But yeah, D&D will be going by the wayside. I'm gonna keep all my models though. I liked 5th edition, kind of. No, not really. So, my opinion about 5th edition can be fun, but it takes a lot of work on the DM's part. And I feel like, unlike other tabletop RPGs I've played, D&D 5th edition is probably one of the more, it's not disrespectful, but it forgets about the DM a lot. And as more books came out, it had very little stuff for the DM, like, oh, just make it up yourself. You know, but I had a lot of stuff for the players. The players always got these powerful things. You need to figure out how to counter it, but you got nothing. Yeah. And D&D 5th edition, you were very powerful. It was, not in a bad way, you have to remember, it was a product of its times. So you have to remember the Marvel movies started becoming popular around that time period. That was like around the 2012s, 2013s. You know, the Marvel movies really started popping. Like Avenger style, I say Marvel movies. So yeah, D&D 5th edition played very much like medieval Marvel's Avengers. Alright, trimming up and adding the machine guns. And then once I knock out the machine guns, it should be a bow gun and a rear-facing machine gun for the gunner/commander. And then I'll actually just have the gunner/commander and his hatch. Has hatch doors, and then that'll be it. And there's nothing wrong with like high-speed action. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of Savage Worlds. I've had a lot. I ran a really cool, really fun Crimson Skies themed campaign in Savage Worlds. It's a great system for that. If you have like any kind of like swashbuckly or like Western or space Western or any kind of pulp setting, I highly recommend either Pulp Cthulhu, or if you want more of like a, you know, over-the-top movie style, I would go with Savage Worlds. Very easy to learn, very easy to play, very rapid and fast action. buddy of mine was supposed to do a Cowboy Bebop setting using Savage Worlds, and I was so excited. Then he swapped to Cyberpunk, and then he just kind of petered out. Oh no! I wasn't paying attention. I was reading the chat and I dropped a piece. Oh no! I will be painting it my traditional style camo. Here, I'll show you what it looks like. My except for my kami will be battleship gray with a rising sun on the side. Oh, nice. Oh, 1 in a million. I found it. That's not supposed to happen. I found a gray piece on a gray floor. Gork or Mork is amused. Yeah, I definitely want to power through and finish this tank, but I'm getting a little clumsy in the hands. Yes. Oh my god, these little machine guns. Oh. I think I put on like 6 today. These damn little machine guns. These are by far the worst. Actually, the coax machine gun was a pain in the ass, but these little itty bitty ones are kind of a pain. So, fun fact: this bow machine gun that I'm about to put in, I haven't been there, but from what I've read, from what I understand. If you go to Las Vegas, they have Battlefield Vegas. It's a gun range where you can rent all sorts of weapons, including a lot of historical firearms, including fully automatic firearms. One of the fully automatic firearms is a Type 96 machine gun from the Imperial Japanese. The cool thing is it was actually cut out of a, or it wasn't cut out of, but the mount for it is from a Type 95 Hago that was cut out of that. And so it's actually the Type 96 with the long scope on it that was actually used inside of the tank. And they still have it mounted in the turret bracket and the ball from an actual Type 95 Hago. They have this part, that little ball part with the turret sticking out. They actually have that on a little like dolly they push out there, and you get behind it and it actually has the little scope and everything. Alright, so we have the tank mostly completed. Now we just gotta do the commander and the hatch. We are cooking, team. We are cooking. For those of you still with me, I appreciate it. I know it's been a long stream. You guys are awesome for sticking with me. This has definitely been a long one, but man, we are cranking this stuff out. We built a Chiha about 90% of the way. We built a Kami 100% of the way. And right now our Hago is basically like 95%. So not bad for a 4+ hour stream. I mean, that's 3 vehicles. It's insane. Yeah, I read your last comment. I've seen, I watched a little too much Toonami. I know where that one's going. So I will leave that one alone. I'm still on YouTube shit list from that Fallout incident I had a while back where I made that radio station without the appropriate licenses. And they basically Thor struck my ass with the hammer. Yeah, I'm still paying for that one. Not physically paying or monetarily paying, but I still think I'm like, not blacklisted, but just, and not like purposely muted, but definitely on a shit list. So I try and, you know, be as careful as I can. I think I have like a year before the strike becomes a warning, and then I have another 6 months before it's gone. I don't know. I didn't read the whole thing. Alright, so we have our commander. He's got the stereotypical tanker helmet, which is like a football helmet from early American football. Right now I'm using Suno AI, the same thing I do to make my funny songs, like my Tale of Tiki or my Zombie Hula Girl song that people find amusing. I love that song. The program I use for that, I'm actually making my own background track of instrumental music, so I can replace this hula music with my own style Tiki music, so... Alright, so we gave him the old French royalty treatment, and a little Red Queen off with his head. And so now I'm going to grab one of my samurai helmets and put it on there. It's my kind of way of making my models look a little bit different, and also kind of bridging that gap between Bolt Action and Konflikt 47. So I have this awesome book. I'll have to get you the title. I'm telling you right now, this book is 100% up your alley. Weird. It's something about like the vampire native girls. So these guys get, and it's like a graphic novel. You know, so it's full drawings, stuff like that. It's classic old school style, like Sailor Jerry style. And yes, they are scantily clad because it is an island. But more importantly than that, and I am saying that, there's a whole bunch of drink recipes. It has a whole bunch of tiki drink recipes, you know, throughout the actual book. So it's cool as as you read these guys slowly getting chased by these cannibal natives and eaten and stuff like that, it shares all the recipes of the drinks they're drinking. It's probably one of the coolest books I've ever read. It's really neat. I'll send you a private message with the book title. I think it's 100% down your aisle. Weird. But yeah, it's great that it's great that you already get the style that I'm going for, buddy. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Oh nope, just dropped the piece. Hold on, I'll be right back. While I'm looking for that piece I dropped, here is my legally distinct and different, not Captain America, Captain America. I built him last stream. I gave him the classic heater style shield, SMG, gas mask, little club on the back. So let's just look at that guy while I look for the piece I dropped. Man, I'm like 0 for 2 on dropped pieces and finding them on this gray floor, man. I am all over. Man, I'm lucky. All right. I didn't think I was gonna find that one. So I always, it's not really a plug, but if you're always curious where I get these traditional samurai helmets or these samurai pieces that I'm finding that fit perfectly, they're from Warlord Games' Pike and Shot samurai box. Like I said, if you're building like Mon Krieg, you know, Trader Guardsman for your Tau, or you're building up some Conflict 47 Imperial Japanese, you want them to look different, or whatever you're going for, if you want that kind of samurai theme to it, like if you want to build like Imperial Japanese samurai themed Kriegsmen, you know, pick up that box. You get a lot of good bits. It's not crazy expensive, and it is in scale. So it's one of those things. Anyone who's ever like, again, I don't 3D print, so I have to like rely on other people's dictation of what scale is. So I have a whole pile of Etsy stuff I ordered that I'll never use because the scale's off and they lied. So when I find something in scale, I just keep thinking its praises. I feel like he's too tall. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut him down. I'm about to give him the old cotton treatment, if those of you who know King of the Hill. Another Texas reference for you. Also, speaking of that, speaking of pulp and stuff like that, have you ever played the? It's one of the Ospreys. You know the blue books. They release these like TTRPGs or little tabletop games. You know, the cheap like $10, $15, $20 rule books. You know, in their model agnostic, which I know you appreciate because you have your own models. But if you tried Pulp yet, it's literally just called Pulp with an exclamation mark. Like I said, I'm a fan of Zona Alpha, but I just got my copy of Pulp in. I haven't tried it yet, but it looks promising. It looks like I'll be able to use a lot of my bolt action models for it, so I may run that. Like I may run a couple of bolt action games and like maybe a little narrative thing of Pulp. So let's see. I'll grab my back book here at the end of the stream. You know what, Steven? I'm so glad you said that. Again, selfish plug. If you go back and watch my, I only have one video on the lore of the Far East Asia, but the American heavy infantry complained about that. The American tried to use heavy infantry in the Far Eastern theater, and it doesn't work very well. The Imperial Japanese, they don't have quote unquote heavy infantry. They have battle suits. And what the difference is, you know, a lot of other countries, when they do their heavy infantry, they count as like large infantry. They take up an extra space in transports and stuff like that. It's not true for the Imperial Japanese. That's their benefit. So granted, they don't have like light machine guns on their wrists. You know, they're confined to SMGs or grenade launchers or katanas and stuff like that. But their benefit is they don't count as large. So lore-wise, They just basically have like it's like an exoskeleton built into legit samurai armor. You know, so you're just able to move faster, jump higher, all that kind of stuff. It accelerates to you. It's like an acceleration suit. Versus everybody else who has like power armor and it's like an enclosed scuba diving rig. So it's funny you mention that because it actually comes up in the lore. The Americans, because they have great success with their heavy infantry, you know, fighting in Europe, so they bring it over to Asia like, oh fuck, this is way too hot. So the cool thing is the Imperial Japanese, they have They have technically 3 sets. They have the assault, battle suit, or no, they have the assault, the battle, and the anti-tank. So the anti-tank, it's basically that exo armor, but they carry Panzer Shrieks, which are super cool. The battle ones, they carry a submachine gun on one arm and they carry a grenade launcher on the other, and they can fire both. That's what makes those guys insane. Plus, they have like the better armor and the infrared vision and shit like that. And then the assault have either SMG or a compression gun on one arm and a katana or a blade in the other. So that's what makes those ones effective. So it's cool. They have quote-unquote heavy infantry, but they're hyper specialized. All right, there's our Hago commander. See, that looks like the small tank and the way he's shaped with his funny helmet. It reminds me of like Metal Slug or like some Advanced Wars or something like that, you know? All right, let's get this hatch done, and then, ladies and gents, we are done, sir, done. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah, rules for vehicles. That's unfortunate. I wonder if I had every quarterback that I sank into an S&K machine playing Metal Slug. I wonder how much money I'd have. I feel like that took my entire allowance as a child. I love Metal Slug. Yeah, as you can tell on my little stream, obviously I have Metal Slug stuff everywhere. Pretty big fan, yes? I think it's the latest I've ever streamed. We're going pretty far into the morn. But I definitely wanted to, I wanted to have the moral victory of finishing these tanks. Like I said, I was getting my Chiha out, and I stumbled across my Kami and my Hago. I'm like, you know what? Let me build these guys too. Why not? I'm saving the painting because Morning Glory is going to have a Kriegsmas painting event. And that's when these guys are going to get vowed and painted. almost misplaced my most valuable tool, my stir stick that I use to move my super glue around. I know it's kind of boring because I'm not doing it on camera. I'm sorry. It's just very delicate work with these hatches. There we go. I put his hatch on what I thought would make sense. It's actually a fore and aft style hatch. And so he has the forward hatch knocked down so he can see with the binoculars, but he has his rear hatch literally kind of up and resting behind him, that way he doesn't get shot in the back. Because it's only a 3-person tank, and they're on recon, so who's watching their back? Alright, I think that is it. That's every part of that kit. Yes, that is... Woo, that is officially it. 4.5 hours. Extra half hour. So, in the last couple of weeks, well, I took a while off for the hurricane, obviously. But we have built 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Chihas, a Kami, and a Hago. That is an armored platoon, certainly. It's also the making of an armored company. Oh, sorry, I just saw your comment. What regiment? I used to do Gene Stealer Cult, but lately I built a Chaos, well, not even Chaos, but a Renegade Space Marine kill team, my Red Corsairs. So now I pledge with the Heretics and the Renegades. That's the regiment I plead with, Steven. So that'll be who'll be getting all these tanks. Yeah, I'll take a look. I always love painting challenges, man. I'll take a look at what your thing is for October. Also, hey, I'll be, speaking of Weird War, I'll be streaming October morning. So if you guys are up around this time on October, I'll be doing a special October stream. I'll be painting a whole bunch of mummies, and I'll have, like, spooky October, like, Halloween music on in the background and stuff like that. So I kind of look forward to that. That'll be kind of fun. I have a whole bunch of mummies and werewolves to paint, so I figure it's kind of thematic. Why not? I love Halloween. It's my favorite holiday of the year. I always make punch. It's a lot of fun. But other than that, man, what a stream. What a stream, man. This one for the records. Actually, my 21st stream. Can't believe I've been doing that many. And also the first stream where we had a poll. We actually had a poll, which was pretty cool. I was pretty stoked about that. That was pretty neat to actually see a poll and it actually worked. But this is a fun stream. I appreciate you guys coming in. I know I stream weird hours, so usually it's like the beginning of my audience is mostly people from Europa or the UK or who knows where else. And then later on, as the stream gets towards the end, all my fellow Americanos start waking up, like, oh holy shit, he's streaming, and they jump in. So super cool to see you guys, able to chat with you guys. That was actually a lot of fun. Oh, that sounds like a hilarious costume. Weird. Nice. Oh, you're married on Halloween. Oh man, that's awesome. I have a super cool wedding story, but it's a personal story. It's fun, but it was an adventure. Probably not as cool as getting married on Halloween though. You probably win that 100%. Yeah, get out from Morning's oppression. Come join the Renegades. See, I'm not a heretic. I'm just a renegade. I don't pay taxes. I'm Red Corsair. It's not that I pray to all the other weird gods. It's just I refuse to pay taxes. So, come join us and pledge with us for Kriegsmas, Steven, if you want to. Hey man, keep it weird. Keep it weird yourself, brother. I look forward to some more content. I'm gonna catch up. I want to see your Chinese power armor, so I'm excited about it. But with that being said, guys, thanks for sticking with me for the long haul. This is a longer stream than I usually do. I usually only do 2 hours. Now I pumped up to 4 hours. And today I went kind of Captain Insano and decided to build 2 extra tanks over there. It was just supposed to be the 1 Chiha and finish up the Chihas I had. Then I built a Kami and a Hago. Who knows? But hey, if you guys are headed off to bed, I hope you guys get the sleep that you need. If you guys are headed off to work, I hope you have a great day at work because you've definitely deserved it. Ultimately, and most importantly, I hope you guys stay safe, stay hydrated, and most importantly of all, don't forget to relax today because you're on Tiki time.
soldiers on wooden sand, type 38 rifles in hand, hula gals with sunburned smiles, no war drums, just beach for miles. Ghost Park by Tiki lights, shadows dance in tropic nights, sand beneath where boots once stood, paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in the waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope, coconuts and crude soap, imperial dreams, fade and sun, warriors turn beach bums. Shine to ocean gods we raise, praying for forgotten days, sake in the campfire glow, life's a surfboard, ebb and flow. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired